All right, welcome everyone. We are live in the newsroom here at FOX5DC. You can see behind me everyone getting to work here. It's bustling.
A lot of people are working. I think half of the people are drunk. Are we allowed to say that?
Okay, let me just preface this. This is Tim Young, comedian, host, and author sitting with me now.
Yeah.
And I hopefully have you for the next 30 minutes or so.
Look at that Chiron. There I am. Now it's official. You guys can
Is everything spotlight? Okay, we're good.
Yeah, it is. Mm-hmm.
So guys, we're live here for all your election coverage needs here tonight. As we prefaced earlier on TV, we're going to be here live streaming as much as we can. Any of the live video that's coming in to show you what's going on here in our local races and around the country on this midterm 2018 night. Tim is here to provide some insight, some political insight, some laughs as well, whatever you got.
And you can't smell it at home, but onions that's coming off of they gave me about 3 veggie wraps.
You got them?
And I learned keywords to use, and I also got free wraps. So I'm good to go.
He's here, he's part of it. So Tim, okay, so let's see what we got right now, because we want to bring you out to what's happening live. Let's go quickly through our video to show you what's happening. You guys may know the polls close in Virginia at 7, so we're going to start to get some numbers trickling in when we do in this hour. They close in Virginia, or in Maryland rather, at 8, so it's a little bit later, but right now you can see already setting the stage for what will be either celebratory party.
Well, that's going to be a win.
Okay.
Jennifer Wexton's going to win this one. This is going to be a blowout. Comstock's not going to win this at all. She ran a bad campaign. Wexton blew her out of the water. But also, I think the big thing that I'm excited about tonight is the end of these terrible political commercials that we've seen so many of.
I think a lot of us are excited for that.
I think that's why I'm online and not on TV, because I can't knock political commercials on TV. They lose money. But here online, I can say that these political commercials are annoying. I'm tired of the Jennifer Wexton and the transportation costs, and I'm tired of the Barbara Trump stock. I'm sick of it.
I hear them in my sleep now. I hear them in my ear. If you guys are the same way in this area, if you're joining us on the live chat, let us know. So yeah, here we go. This is her kind of where we'll see this, and you're predicting a win for her.
Wexton's going to win this one. I don't think it's going to even be close. Which is interesting though, because we're also taking a look at a screen. I don't want to put you to work too much yet, but there's a screen with a very long line, and I believe that's Virginia.
Check it out. You know, actually, this is flashing over all the way to the sort of mountain west in Arizona, or the southwest rather.
Wow.
This is University of Arizona. It's a long line. Obviously, things are behind there with time change. But I will say, the reports coming in from today from the lines here, did you get a glimpse of any of the lines at any of the stations? I didn't,
so I was asleep. No, I absentee balloted because I knew that I was going to be in studio all day and doing a lot of radio interviews all day long. So I made sure that I voted. Either that or I'm not allowed to speak anymore if I don't vote. So I made sure that I voted, and I did not get to experience any of this. But long lines have been reported everywhere.
Yes.
I did a bunch of radio this morning. I did Michigan, Missouri, and I believe Louisiana, and all of them reported very, very long lines at all the polling places, which is awesome.
It is awesome. I did, though, just see a tweet, and that was kind of concerning, and it was about something in Prince George's County, which is in Maryland, so that closes at 8, and there was one electronic machine that was working. There were no paper ballots left, so there were problems at some of these stations.
Well, you know, then you can just say you voted for so-and-so, and then you go home. That's how that works, right? That's how that...
Sure.
No legal ramifications there. Everything's fine. Nothing to see there.
We're good. Yeah.
That's really problematic. Why are they not prepared for...
It is, and that was just sort of one tweet that I was seeing, but I was hearing other myriad kind of analyses from other places in Georgia and whatnot. Even a friend whose brother was trying to vote in Texas, same thing happened. Had to kind of put it on the back burner and do it later.
Wow, that's not
Texas
good.
Texas is a big one. So
yeah.
Do you want to talk about that for a second? What are some of the hot kind of big time races that you have been thinking about?
So I'm excited to see Beto lose. I think that's very exciting for me. It's interesting, that race, they said that it's so close, and he's supposed to be this like sexy new guy that could run for president and become a significant player nationally. But they said the exact same thing about Wendy Davis 4 years ago. And Wendy Davis was very close to Greg Abbott in the election. There was this back and forth, and they said she was going to be this big deal. She ended up losing by 22 points. I believe Beto's going to lose by 8 to 12 points there. That's not going to be a big deal. I think one of the biggest races, though, for me to pay attention to, and for America to pay attention to, is this governor's race in Georgia. I don't think anybody has any idea who's going to win this thing. I think Kemp is a terrible candidate for the Republicans. He's, of course, also the Secretary of State who's in charge of the elections. He didn't recuse himself from the elections. And Stacey Abrams is not a typical candidate in general for an executive office. She just, a lot of people said that she didn't have the look, and she's just a normal person. She'd be the first African-American female governor, of course, in American history, which is awesome.
Right.
And there should have been a blowout either way from either one of them at this point. But It's back and forth, and it's going to come down to the final tally, and I think it's going to come down to probably courts at some point. I think we're going to see some ugly stuff happen there on the back end.
Yeah, and people are going back to what you were saying about Beto in Texas, people comparing him to a Kennedy at times. Have you been hearing that?
Yeah. It's just so much. Like, this hero worship of these candidates in Texas that people want to overtake the Republican establishment there. They're not there yet. The Democratic Party is not there yet. And so much money was put into this campaign, and I believe the last quarter it was $38 million was put into the Beto campaign. And that's a lot of money that's wasted that probably could have been spent in other races where it was closer, where somebody had a chance to overtake the Republicans.
I was reading that a lot of money in general was put into this, these campaigns nationwide. We're going to have our reporter Tom Fitzgerald talk a little bit more about that and the strategy behind it when he comes down to analyze. But again, if you're just joining us, Tim Young here, political comedian, author, conservative author, host.
All sorts of stuff, yeah, radio host. I got a lot of stuff. I don't even know what I do anymore. If you give me like $5, I'll add a title to my name. That's how it works at this point. That's how my career goes.
Taking a look around at some of the live cameras that we do have, like I mentioned, we're going to have some different stuff throughout the evening, but let's jump over also to Senator Tim Kaine's podium shot. This is sort of where he'll be either obviously celebrating or conceding. Talk about this.
Apparently there was a budget cuts there. They could only afford 20 chairs in the entire ballroom.
Open ballroom there.
They were like, just let it go. We'll seat a couple of people and then that's it. He's going to win. I can't believe that Corey Stewart was the Republican nominee for the Senate race there. I think that was kind of a disgrace. I think the Virginia Republican Party dropped a ball there and letting him sneak through. There's a lot of ties with him and white nationalism and stuff that we really don't want in this country. And so the fact that he was allowed to slide through and actually be running against Tim Kaine is a shame. I think, I don't think that any Republican could have defeated Tim Kaine in this race, but it's just a shame that Corey Stewart was the candidate.
Yeah, definitely. Let's come back into the newsroom for a second here. Quickly talking about that Georgia governor's race. This week I saw Oprah stump for Stacey.
Everyone's been down there.
Everyone's been down there.
Beyonce wore a Beto hat today, by the way. Like, they're all going crazy down there. It's interesting that Oprah went down there. I think Tyler Perry also put in a lot, but he's based in Atlanta and all of his businesses there. So
we were talking about this sort of celebrity factor earlier.
Yes.
What about that? There's a lot of people. You tweeted about this.
I did.
We got to show this. We're going to do it. This was you today.
Yeah. Listen, celebrities are dumb. I don't know if you knew that or not. I know that you probably like a lot of celebrities. Do you have a favorite celebrity that voted today? I'll do the interviewing now. Do you have a favorite celebrity?
I don't know if I have one on the spot. You
don't have a favorite celebrity who voted? You have no favorites? I feel like you have favorites.
I saw Demi Lovato's I voted after getting out of rehab, and then, did you see that?
No.
Well, she did.
She voted after she got out of rehab. Good that she's out of rehab, by the way.
Okay. Well, I saw that recently that was on the brain, so.
Good.
I'll give you that. But what are you saying in this tweet, though?
I just think that celebrities are dumb. I think a lot of actors, all they have to do is memorize lines and look pretty. And so normal human beings, everyday Americans, are so much smarter than them. They don't vote party lines. They actually assess who they're going to vote, who can best represent them. And I respect regular people more than I do celebrities and their opinions.
Okay.
I say that as a not quite celebrity.
Right.
Regular people are smarter than me.
Okay, turning it back over, though, to some of the numbers, I want to show you guys, when we get this loaded, we're going to bring you to the map that's going to show, it's sort of an animation here for the balance of power to kind of show. I'm
excited about the balance of power map.
Right.
I'm excited about this logo behind us, the balance of power.
Oh, check out the logo behind us.
It's amazing. Look at that.
We're going to get this up for you.
This is good. No, I'm very excited. I'm excited about the slow internet here. It's coming up. We've got a screen up here. You can't see this at home, but there's a very slow-moving screen in front of us. It's very exciting.
And we're going to show you this sort of widget that will be updated throughout the evening as the numbers start to come in.
Ooh.
And like we mentioned,
the movement. Did you see that?
Let's bring it up.
Nobody can see it though.
This is sort of the moving widget. We're going to bring it up right now. Take a look. All right. See if we
check this out.
So it's going to continue moving. It's going to kind of keep showing you the statistics here for what they need, House and Senate.
Are you allowed to make predictions? You're not allowed to make predictions.
No, I'm going to have you determine.
I have to make the predictions. So Republicans are going to gain seats in the Senate. I think there's no doubt that Republicans are going to gain seats in the Senate. Democrats have done a poor job with their candidates on the Senate side. On the House side, I would have said up until about a month ago that Democrats could have run away with this election. They are not going to run away with this election. It's going to be a lot closer than we think. And I think the Republicans might squeak this one out and keep control of the House by 5 to 8 seats. And I think there's a lot, you can take a look at the rhetoric coming from the left and how it's shifted, because just 3 months ago, it was a blue wave. Everybody said, blue wave, this is over. And it was their election to lose. But up until about this past week, you started to hear things about gerrymandering, and you started to hear about foreign influence on the election again. And there was this concept that there's outside influences as if they're making excuses for why they're going to lose. And then yesterday, a lot of the top pundits on the left were dropping this concept of the House popular vote, which is a very minor data point that is, the total amount of people voting in the country, what the popular vote ends up being. Means nothing. It's a completely tiny, minuscule data point. Unless you're going to lose the House, and you think you're going to lose the House, and you want to say that you technically have more Democrats or more people voting Democrat in the country. So they're going to try to make that claim that they still have the majority because of the total number of people voting, rather than people voting in districts for people in the House of Representatives.
Oh my gosh, that was a lot of information, a lot of detail.
I'm a lot smarter than I look.
So to sum it all up, you think what will happen tonight?
Republicans keep the House by 5 to 8 seats, and Republicans gain seats in the Senate. And I think there's going to be weeping and gnashing of teeth, and people rubbing their faces on the Supreme Court doors like they did after after Kavanaugh was.
And speaking of that, some of the big things this year, including the confirmation of Brett Kavanaugh, other big political sort of events that we streamed live, that we really covered in depth, how much are those going to have an effect on tonight? I know it's a broad question, but
not much. Not much. I think that's the interesting thing. I think there are two factors in this election tonight. One, and a third, which is polling again, but we'll get to polling in a second. Kavanaugh, I think the way that the Democrats handled the Kavanaugh hearings, and granted, I'm not talking about Christine Blasey Ford, but when you have Michael Avenatti coming out and being a nutcase, because he's a nutcase who was just putting forward all sorts of crazy accusations, I think it discredited everything else that happened in that entire hearing with Kavanaugh and angered Republicans to the point that they will come out and vote. I think that's one. The other is this caravan, and it doesn't matter that they're a million miles away from America. Immigration is the debate that I think is on everyone's minds, regardless what a lot of these polls say, and I think I'm going to disagree with the polls in a second. And seeing this caravan of thousands of people headed towards America is a direct threat to a lot of people that don't feel a direct threat from immigration regularly. And so that's why people are coming out to vote as well. You have a lot of things that are enraging Republicans, and the only thing that Democrats are really upset about is Donald Trump. But I think when you take a look at things like polling, I know that there was a poll that came out that said 58% of Americans said that healthcare was their major issue when they were voting today. I don't agree with that. I think it goes to talk to who's actually taking these polls. And this is what happened when everyone said Hillary Clinton was going to win the election in 2016. You take a look at how people would behave when they're given a phone call from, say, a Washington Post or a New York Times or someone who's giving one of these polls. So if you're somebody in a flyover state that's getting a phone call from the Washington Post and they say, hey, I want your opinion on what's going on in politics, you're going to hang up on them. So you take a look at who would take one of these polls, and it would be somebody who would either skew left or somebody who's kind of in the middle. And those people are more interested in your health care. And so when you take a look at the difference, we're not hearing again from a lot of the silent majority in flyover country. That was a lot again, wasn't it?
Well, it was a lot. It was a lot. But, this also goes into, and I'm thinking about this as well, the young people millennial vote, are they coming out more for the midterms? Is that what we're hearing with the numbers?
I think we need to take a look at something, too. I think they are coming out more.
Yeah.
But are they voting Democrat? That's the question, because there's this assumption that young people are going to come out and vote Democrat. I don't think so. I think young people are going to come out and they're going to be split down the middle just like the rest of America is. There's this just automatic assumption that certain demographics will vote certain ways, and I think that's going to be defeated. You have to remember, in the last election in 2016, Donald Trump won white women, I believe, by 53% of the vote. That could not have been predicted by any expert. So.
As you can see here, as we're jumping around to some of these shots, just to make sure we catch all of these angles of what is happening right now. A couple of live looks in Virginia as the polls are already closed, and we're waiting on some of those results to come in. There's some expert analysis here from Tim Young, comedian, author, and host.
I think I've shocked you at how much of an expert I am.
Joined us with a lot of numbers and statistics, and that's for sure. You mentioned voter turnout. As in any election, some of these races are really going to come down to that. I know the Georgia election was
Florida is going to be one of those as well. People are voting straight party lines in Florida, especially for that the governor's race down there, and it's going to turn into literally who gets the most turnout. So far, it's been Republicans who have kind of led in the turnout, so it could be a very close race in Florida, but We'll see what happens.
And thank you all who are watching us from the local area, the DMV area. Shout out to Hagerstown. I saw some of you guys posting in the live chat. Feel free to let us know what you're thinking and your response to all of this.
Anything. I will answer any question.
That's right.
Any question.
You can definitely ask some questions. We're going to be taking a look at this chat here for you. And as we kind of just wait for this to trickle in, let's throw it back to this balance of power widget.
I love this.
That is moving.
Can we put that up?
It's awesome.
Look at this. It's like
and
cubes.
Yep.
Now it's like it's different kinds of marshmallows, and you've got the white marshmallows in the. It really looks like
we already have a few filling in here, as you can see.
Yeah.
And it's a good way, I think, this live sort of graphic to depict, right?
This could put you to sleep if you look at it long enough. It's very relaxing just to watch them come up. I am. Don't pick my pockets again. That happened before this telecast. But like this is look. There's 3 Republicans, 2 Democrats. Amazing. Look at this. Already, Republicans have the majority, 3-2, with a lot of toss-ups. Right now.
Well, we've been watching this, and we're continuing to watch the numbers, and as you may already know, Democrats need a net gain of 23 in the House to reach that 218.
Yeah.
So we're going to see what happens.
Yeah, what do you guys think is going to happen? I want to see what you guys think. Yell at me. Tell me I'm wrong. I want you to tell me I'm wrong, because I'm not wrong. Because by the end of the night, I'm going to be proven to be correct. You have to go hard on your predictions, by the way. Now that they are recorded, I have to go hard. I have to commit to them, and
archived on our website now.
And then have an excuse as to why I was wrong at the end of the night if I was wrong. That's how this all works. All these pundits, they have the same 5 things to say every time they come out, and they never admit that they're wrong. I won't either. I'm just ready to have an excuse at the end of the night.
Well, it is definitely a fun night in the newsroom, as it always is on election night. You can see it behind me, people working away, the producers, writers.
There's nobody working.
Tim, not working.
No.
Hanging out. We'll be watching for some of these numbers, and like I mentioned, one of our reporters, political analyst Tom Fitzgerald, will be down to talk a little bit more about some of the hot races around the nation, and then also in this area here in the DMV. Still waiting on some of the results to come in, but we know those polls have closed in Virginia, so 20 minutes ago. So we're waiting on that, and we'll let you know whatever else we get in as far as live shots go.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of cool stuff going on.
Words.
I just want to see that line again. Put that line up again. That's incredible, by the way.
It is, and this isn't even the only one. I'm going to see if I can find some other ones. But
find us some more lines.
We've been looking at lines in Missouri, Ohio, other states, polling places in various states right now.
Can we shock some people by turning on a live shot as well? There's that guy that's kind of standing around waiting for a live shot. Can we just throw him up for fun?
We just lost him, unfortunately, but we will next time we grab him.
I just want to get like random people up. We have a lot of cameras live all over the country.
Yes.
I don't know what's going on. I'm just saying this. I'm just filling it with words. But I want to see random people up there. I like it when you have the reporter just wandering around on air.
And we will take them as we do see them up there for our use. But yeah, you can see the chopper video right now. Pretty good kind of wide angle there of this line at what we believe to be is the University of Arizona in Tempe.
You should work on those. Work on that data for when we put things up. This might be a line at the Walmart.
Is the polling place in Tempe, Arizona.
This is exciting, and it looks like a lot of young people too, which is really, really exciting to see.
That makes sense. University, right?
Yeah. Now, do you think that celebrities actually influence? I don't think Taylor Swift influenced anybody to vote.
It's a really good question. What do you guys think? Let us know in the chat. Why don't you believe they do? Why don't you believe they?
Because I don't think people care. I don't think people are influenced by.
You don't?
No, a celebrity doesn't affect my income and my health care and my safety and security. They're just somebody who's there to dance around or sing a song or act or whatever to entertain me. I think it comes down to actual how people feel about what's going on in their direct world, and like if they are able to pay their bills the next month or pay their rent. That's what comes down to influencing people to vote, not whoever. I think Jimmy Fallon went and voted and put a little picture up or whatever. Mindy Kaling. There was a bunch of people on Twitter.
It's interesting because it's hard to say. There's a lot of young people that follow these celebrities that follow them for their fashion lines, their makeup lines, and yes, maybe if they explain themselves, their political beliefs. I could see that happening. So I don't know. We'll see, right?
Have you been influenced by a celebrity before?
Maybe.
Have you ever bought a product?
I have bought a product.
What product have you bought?
I'm not going to say. I've bought some products. All right, is that a crime?
I haven't.
Is that a crime?
I shop at thrift stores.
I love this.
I know. You told me before the show. You don't have to tell people. Yeah, this is from Kansas City actually.
Oh, is it?
I travel the country a lot when I do my stand-up, and I thrift store shop when I go nationwide.
Love it.
And that's also why I understand how people behave and how they're thinking nationally when we talk about different ways that they vote and what they're looking at when they vote.
I want to quickly go back to the Senate race here we go, in Virginia. This is Kaine. You said he's going to have no trouble winning tonight.
Look at that crowd there. That's a heck of a crowd.
It's growing.
There's a couple of guys there looking for free sandwiches.
Coming.
Look at that guy.
Results are coming there. You can see them
They're all,
around.
there's families.
No seats.
They're taking pictures up front. There's only 12 seats anyway, so it's not a big budget production there. It's probably a cash bar. It's the worst party.
How do we think the events of Charlottesville have influenced this race?
Ooh. Well, I think it's only influenced the race because I don't think Corey Stewart shot it down. And that's he was God, he was the worst. That guy, if you voted for Corey Stewart, please let me know why in the comments, because I don't get it. Like, I don't get it I'm a Republican, clearly I lean right, but he was just a reprehensible candidate, and I couldn't imagine anyone ever voting for him. And, Tim Kaine's milquetoast. He's actually done okay for the people of Virginia, and actually if you stop by his office on the Hill, he's got hummus. He's got free Sabra hummus, and I just want to let you know it's a big deal to me.
Do you think there's some there for the people because they were
No, I don't think so. No,
they didn't bring
But they have Sabra hummus and pretzel chips in his office, and
those packets
I filmed a video with him a few years ago. We've done some funny stuff together. He's a really nice guy. I don't agree with any of his politics, but he's a good guy, and he's better than Corey Stewart. It's tough.
So that'll be interesting. We'll obviously take that live if we do, when we see that come up with the speeches, all the celebratory parties. And for some of you commenting on our audio, hopefully we're kind of tweaking it here, hoping that
there's
that
bad
works.
audio.
There's some
they can't hear
going
my
on,
whiny voice.
Some distortion in your voice. Possibly we're trying to fix that for you. So thank you for letting us know.
Is it auto-tuned?
We are going to.
Am I auto-tuned right now?
No, Tim Young, everybody. Comedian, host, author here in our newsroom for election night. Now, are you spending the night with us, or are you going to be upstairs?
Sounds like an HR complaint, Molly. But I'll be here most of the evening, coming back and forth. I'm on with you like every hour, right?
Okay,
Is that like a thing? We'll be back and forth.
And I believe maybe some upstairs.
They don't want me on TV, I don't think, until the Final Five. I do the Final Five basically every Friday night with Jim. We get, he lets me come on, and sometimes I'm sober, sometimes I'm not. We talk about the issues of the week, and I make fun of things with him. He's already funny. But then I come on, and my game is get him to break. And that's what I do every Friday night. And so that's what we'll be doing probably tonight as well on the Final Five, as well as I'm going to get you to break a few more times here while we tape.
If you are local, you can tune in. And every time that we're not on TV, we're always going to have this live stream up. So do check us out. If you're on YouTube with us, stay with us. We're also on our website, FOX5DC.com. Scroll all the way to the bottom. We're going to have that widget there updating itself throughout the night. The widget.
I like that, though. It's like little marshmallows. And you at home can start to build your own marshmallow balance of power.
There it is.
Can we just go get a bag of marshmallows from the store
like
and just load them up?
Ones. Things are already okay. It's sort of showing you slowly what's happening.
What are people saying at home? Can we get some comments from the people at home?
Better. The sound is
terrible.
No wins yet.
Our number one comments are
Trump viewers.
The sound is terrible.
Right. No, it's a mix. Some local people. I'm glad it's better. Okay.
That's good. Oh, good. But I want to go get a bag of marshmallows, and we can do the balance of power.
Grab
it. Yeah. You don't look like you eat carbs, but we should have you kill a bag of marshmallows just to show the widget works.
I will eat some carbs. I do want a bag of chips from in there, so I'm going to go grab one. That. Coming up next with Tom Fitzgerald from one of our political reporters. And Tim, where can people follow you on Twitter?
Tim runs his mouth.
It's perfect.
I know. It's good branding.
Perfect branding.
We could eat Cheetos in honor of Trump for this. Like as Republicans win, it's a Cheeto. As a seat stays open,
Cheetos.
We can eat a marshmallow. We should just have games with this, just drinking and eating games all night long. That's where we're going with this.
And we'll be bringing you all of the live stuff. Let's go quickly through it. Jennifer Wexton set up here in...
Now she's got a party. Look at these people. They are...
This is in Dulles, Virginia, actually.
There's clearly an open bar there. There's people drinking there. You can see on the side. They are ready to party. Unlike the Tim Kaine party, where there are no drinks and no people and empty seats.
And Tim Kaine is actually in Falls Church, Virginia, and that's where his setup is. So this is our live view there. One of our photojournalists getting the shot for us.
And right now, by the way, it looks like with reported votes in, it looked like Gillum is up 51-48. You can see by the screen on the screen.
You can. We're going to see if we can get that up from our website as well, because we're going to have this updated. I hope this is in.
I'm so excited to annoy you all night long. This is going to be so good.
You know what? This is just the set it in the house on our widget. So this is our widget.
This is the best. This is the best combo because like Jim knows how to tolerate me. I think I'm going to annoy you by the end of the night. You're going to strangle me.
Get annoyed.
Yeah, this is going to be good. It's worth tuning in here. This is the A team here. The rest of it, don't worry about it. Just leave it on. Leave Fox 5 on your TV all night long, and then leave us on the web all night long. Why go anywhere else?
Right. Why go anywhere else? Stay on with us here on YouTube. We're going to throw up that balance of power widget, and coming up next, some more analysis from our newsroom. Thanks, Tim. All right, as promised, we are back in the newsroom here with Tom Fitzgerald.
How are you?
Joining us from upstairs.
Happy election night.
Yes, you as well. It's a big night for all of us. You as well.
It's a busy night. This is
Busy?
like being one of Santa's elves on Christmas Eve. But this is a consequential election for a lot of reasons. Not only because it's a midterm, and that is kind of the usual grading point where any presidency is measured, but there has been so much activism and so much interest, and let's call it so much money. $5 billion, $5 billion with a B dollars has been spent on this midterm election. That's a record by a long shot. And what we're seeing tonight could have massive implications moving forward over the next 24 months. Remember, up until now, the president has had a Republican House of Representatives, he's had a Republican Senate. That could change tonight. And it could change in small ways, and it could change in big ways. The Democrats could take the House, the Republicans could hold on to the Senate, but the other thing could happen. The other thing being that the Democrats could take the House, and they could take the Senate. If that happens, this will be a cataclysmic political shift in this city, and it will remain so over the course of the next 24 months, because it was said earlier in this newsroom tonight, and it is absolutely correct. The race for the presidency starts tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning. So everything that you see, everything that gets done is all going to be through that prism for the next 2 years.
So interesting. You can see we are talking about the balance of power today. You can see it in the graphic behind us. What are some of the biggest races across the nation? They're not necessarily the local ones right here in the DMV.
Well, we do have a big local one that's really key, and it could be the bellwether as to how the Democrats do in the House, and that is Virginia's 10th district. Now, this is a district where in Loudoun County, parts of Fairfax, Barbara Comstock, and you see Wexton's headquarters there, Barbara Comstock has been the Congress member there for the last couple of years. She replaced Frank Wolf, who had held that seat for years. It was a strong, strong Republican district. But what has happened throughout Northern Virginia has now come to the 10th district of Virginia. And that is where a very strong red Republican district has begun not only to turn purple, but begun to turn blue. Hillary Clinton was very successful in that area 2 years ago. Jennifer Wexton has capitalized on that. She has been leading almost wire to wire in all of these polls since she won her primary last June. Now, remember, we always caution when we say these things. We don't know what's going to happen until we call the race. But we do know Virginia polls closed at 7 o'clock tonight. Some of the early returns that are in just on the early precincts on have her out to an early lead, but there is still a whole heck of a lot of vote counting to be done in that district tonight for anybody to be calling it right now. But if Democrats are able to get that district, that is a major pelt on their wall that they have been trying to achieve to break that area, to get that district blue. Now, some of the other ones, obviously, just about, we're calling about 40 minutes ago, Tim Kaine was declared the winner in his U.S. Senate race. Now, that was not so much of a surprise. Kaine's been running strong in that area. And remember, this is the third statewide race that Tim Kaine has won in the Commonwealth of Virginia. He was elected governor. He was elected to a Senate seat 6 years ago, and tonight is elected once again after a race with Corey Stewart that I think everybody can say didn't quite live up to its billing. Corey Stewart came in with guns a-blazing, no pun intended there, but saying from the get-go this was going to be a vicious, brutal race. It never happened. Corey's race against Ed Gillespie last year in the gubernatorial Republican primary was a heck of a lot more fiery than what we just saw that went down between Tim Kaine and Corey Stewart. So he never got the traction. He never seemed to get on a footing with Tim Kaine. And a lot of times, when they were in debates, it got into very kind of, plenary issues of the economy and things like that. That's not Corey Stewart's strength. He's more of an in-your-face kind of Donald Trump style of campaigner, and that was not the kind of race that Tim Kaine was going to get dragged into, and he never did.
Yeah.
So Kaine will return. I think the other big race we want to look at tonight is the Maryland gubernatorial race, and not because anybody is saying that Larry Hogan is in any trouble in that race right now, because it's been clear from the polling Hogan has outdistanced Ben Jealous, the Democrat, not only in fundraising, but also in his own polling. A large number of Democrats that were polled by the Baltimore Sun said that they have high approval ratings of the Republican governor. So that was a huge obstacle from Ben Jealous throughout this race and over the summer. And finally, at the end, he was saying, listen, I'm not running against Larry Hogan. I'm running against Larry Hogan's record. It doesn't quite work like that. But the problem is this. Ben Jealous, right to the end, was counting on this blue wave that was going to sweep through Maryland and push him to victory. Now, it'll be interesting to see whether or not that cuts into Hogan's vote at all, but there seemed to be no evidence of this. And, you know, this is where some very basic things about how ballots are laid out plays into people's favor or their disfavor tonight. When you go to the polls in Maryland tonight, the very first name you see at the top of that ballot is nobody else's but Larry Hogan's. So Larry Hogan, just the way the ballot is laid out, had a huge advantage tonight in, you know, kind of crashing that blue wave, if you will, because of the fact he was at the top of the ballot. If there was a blue wave, it had plenty of time to whip up after you got past Hogan's name on that ballot.
So interesting. You learn about that when you study this stuff, the little things that affect elections. We're going to be talking about them tomorrow. What happened tonight and all those details. Let's talk about the Senate. The big one is Texas.
Texas is a huge race because of the fact that, you know, Ted Cruz, when he was elected 6 years ago, was going to be, you know, kind of the new wave of Republican leadership. Here he is at the end of his first term, and he is in the fight for his life tonight. Now, Beto O'Rourke is somebody who was not well known out of Texas before last spring. He is very well known right now, and that is because a flood of money has poured into that race. O'Rourke is a congressman already, although he's not, you know, probably well known for that, because what he's well known for is the guy who's been running against Ted Cruz right now. He's from El Paso. It's an area that is right at the heart of the immigration debate in this country right now. But remember, if you look at the polling, what voters are saying that they care about the most are health care and immigration. Not necessarily immigration the way the president has been talking about it. They've been talking about immigration before. So O'Rourke has really geared his campaign down there in Texas to those two issues, health care and immigration reform. Because, as you know, Texas, being right on the Mexican border, has a huge issue and is right on, literally on the front lines of what's going on in this country right now as far as border incursions. Ted Cruz is hoping that the momentum that the president had built up through the economy and the momentum that the president has built up through unemployment was going to help carry the day here. But here's the thing. When the president went down to campaign with Ted Cruz, there was two obstacles he had to overcome. Number one, it's no secret, Ted Cruz and Donald Trump did not get along and were at each other's throats in the 2016 election, in large part because of some tweets that the president had retweeted in regards to Ted Cruz's wife.
That's right. I do remember that.
And he was furious about it. And then even at the 2016 Republican convention in Cleveland, Ted Cruz was one of the few Republicans who opposed Donald Trump who actually came to the convention, got up, gave a speech, and never endorsed Donald Trump for president that night. That feud continued for quite some time, only up until recently, I would say over the past year, that the two began to come together because of the fact that they needed each other. Donald Trump needed Ted Cruz's Republican vote to remain in the Senate. Ted Cruz needed Donald Trump's voters to transfer that enthusiasm that they had for the president onto his campaign. But they were strange bedfellows from the get-go, and it's going to be very interesting to see here tonight whether or not Texas voters had decided that that was for real or whether it was just for show to try to get those Trump voters out to the polls.
Yeah, it really is. So you're seeing that as being one of the closest in the Senate today, right?
I don't know that it's the closest. There's some, I would say Heidi Heitkamp might be in one of the closest races we see. Dean Heller, we'll go over to the Republican side. Dean Heller in Nevada. Remember, Hillary Clinton won Nevada in 2016. Dean Heller, the Republican senator from Nevada right now, has been up against a massive Democratic onslaught in that state, and he is somebody who's one of these Republicans who's not always agreed with the president. So not only is he fighting against the Democratic opponent, he's got some baggage for his own relationship with the president when it came to things like health care and some other votes that came along the way.
Yeah.
The president's now on board with Dean Heller, but you don't have to go back very far to see at times where he was not so thrilled with it.
And quickly, some other big
Arizona.
races.
Let's talk about Arizona.
Yes.
Jeff Flake is retiring. That is a seat. And remember, the Arizona seat tonight is not John McCain's seat. John McCain's seat was filled by former Senator John Kyle. He is going to remain in that seat, we believe, until 2020 and then another special election. It's generally assumed that the governor of Arizona will run for that seat eventually. But Martha Pascali right now is one of the names that people have been looking at in that race. Whether or not she is victorious or not, it is an area of the country, though, that increasingly is in play right now because of the shifting sands and the demographics underneath their feet. I'll go way back on you. There was a time in this country when all of the South was Democratic. Not until 1980, when Ronald Reagan came in and completely flipped the House. It's going on over 40 years now. We are starting to see places like in Georgia tonight, where the Democratic candidate for governor there has been running a strong race. In Florida, Democrats are starting to regain territory that they once held for generations. It's only been in the last 40 years that Republicans have kind of held that iron grip over the South. That might change tonight. And if it does, it could remain there generationally for some time, because the voting statistics we're seeing are a lot of new voters that are coming into this process right now. And if they're coming in as Democrats, they could remain so for quite some time. So this is you can't underestimate how critical it is for the Republicans to do well tonight.
Yeah.
And in some respects, if you look at what's going on with the economy, if you look at what's been going on in the unemployment numbers, it's somewhat mysterious if you were to remove everything else that has gone on as far as the rhetoric and as far as the Supreme Court model. If James Carville's adage was correct, it's about the economy, stupid. Well, the Republicans wouldn't have a care in the world tonight. Unemployment is at 3.9%. It's a 49-year low. This economy is humming. It's doing the best it's done in a generation. Typically, the party in power should be benefiting from that tonight. And if we end tonight with losses in the House and losses in the Senate, that's going to be a big historical shift on how these things usually go. And you can point to the political dynamic that is in effect right now, where the president and the Speaker of the House, it's very well known that the two of them went up against each other last week, debating over how to run this midterm. Paul Ryan wanted an optimistic, positive message, talking about the tax cut, talking about the low unemployment, talking about the fact that manufacturing jobs are up, talking about the fact that we have been on a roll on Wall Street lately. The president, in some of his own appearances, has said flat out, I'm bored by that stuff, and I think voters are bored by that stuff. And he believes strongly that people go to the polls motivated by things they don't like. That is a very big disconnect than what you usually see in a midterm election. Usually the party in power is trying to sell you what they've done and what they've accomplished. The president has been very clear here. He wants you to act, if you're one of his voters, on things you don't like, and it's one of the reasons he's been accenting things like immigration and like the migrant caravan, and has been going back again to talk about the Supreme Court nomination battle once again.
So many interesting things that may obviously have an effect on tonight's result. I'm hearing in my ear there might be some things coming in that 10th congressional district in Virginia, but we're going to keep our eye on that and bring you those speeches if they do come quickly before you have to go upstairs for TV. Some analysis or implications.
I thought this was TV.
All right.
I'm confused.
And to answer your question, some of you guys asking, we are on YouTube here on our website throughout the evening up until about our 10 p.m. Eastern Time show. We're going to be kind of just punctuating those half hours where we're not on TV, so we're keeping this internet stream going. But quickly, implications of the younger vote this time around, the millennial vote, some of the other hot topics that are affecting younger people, and turnout. This is all kind of
I've been hearing about the younger vote since I was young.
Yeah.
But the difference this time is that you have, anybody who was 18 years old was well aware of how the 2016 election went on. And what we've seen over the past 2 years are a lot of these young people have not only been attending protests, but you look at what happened with some of the gun control protests immediately following Parkland High School. Those weren't young people that were just attending those things. Those were young people that were, running them. And we saw it here in this city as well, too. So there is a different dynamic right now amongst the engaged young voter than maybe we have seen in probably going back, 50 years to 1968. Because of the fact that back then Vietnam was going on, a lot of young people saw their friends going off to war, they became politically engaged for the first time. Now, yes, this is still a country at war, but by and large, most millennials do not seem to be engaged on that fact. They seem to be engaged on other issues, such as gun control, such as, sexual assault, the Me Too movement. There's a host of domestic issues right now that have really galvanized young voters in a way that we've really not seen probably since the late 1960s.
Mm-hmm. So definitely some big implications there. We're gonna let Tom, I guess, go when you need to do your stuff.
Okay.
I want to keep an eye on these. Like I said, we have these couple of live shots in Virginia at Jennifer Wexton for Congress and Tim Kaine. So we're gonna keep our eye on that, and when they come to the podium, we'll take that in.
Okay. Well, thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks so much for your analysis.
All right. Get some coffee.
All right.
All right.
All right, that's Tom Fitzgerald. He's going to run upstairs. And like I mentioned, stay on with us on our live chat. You can ask us any questions that you have throughout the evening. As we start to get some of those, the numbers and the results in, we're going to bring them to your screen. Take a look at this live widget that we have, kind of calculating the numbers that are needed for those majorities on both sides. And that will be updated throughout the evening. So when we do have some more live footage for you out in the field, we'll bring that to you.
And specifically, and we're going to get down to the breakdown and the results about this, specifically with a lot of Republican and white college-educated men. And it is toxic for them because of the way he talks, because of the way he doesn't convey empathy at times when there is national tragedy, and that was a motivating factor. This is also, of course, we should point out, largely a Democratic district, but it is one that a Republican had control over for several years.
Yeah, you and I know this district very well because suburbs of Washington, D.C. We're closing in. The biggest round of poll closings coming up 8 p.m. Eastern, all voting engines.
Okay. You can get off that way. Well, she might pop up, so let's just stay with me.
Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Tennessee, and make those states
Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2.
The energy spiked just moments ago when CNN projected that. That was on the big screen here, and the crowd went wild. I want to show you, or share with you, the exact numbers that we have from Virginia right now, with 60% of the precinct reporting. Barbara Comstock, the Republican incumbent, 58,000 votes roughly. Jennifer Wexton, the state senator, the Democratic challenger, almost 83,000 votes. This is a major coup for the Democrats. This is a relatively red area. They just turned it blue. They were trying to flip this. So Wexton has been campaigning hard over the last several months. Just yesterday with former President Barack Obama. So this is a major win for the Democrats to turn this seat. This is one of those big races that we're watching tonight. So we're very lively, very enthusiastic crowd here. Wexton crowd anytime now. So as soon as she does, we'll let you know. We're live.
And you see, rather than in Republican House, one Republican leading Democrat. So we've already reduced the House number to 22 by Virginia. Democrat, that would be not right. So if they want to break it that way. The Republican districts are made the same on the first earlier down here. Because usually a state Democratic district, you really have to always have a vote. Let's see if they play out. Elections, every election is raised to 5. This will be a big 5. That's specific. There's a big House district down there, especially in a year like this. So where are the Democratic Party developers? So the couple of here in Ohio, this was a decade of Virginia, and this one is back and forth all night long. We've already called this, so if you watch the enrollment, say, what about the 10th district? It's not on this map because it's called this. So we'll come back here now. This one has been going back and forth all night. Let's just check. Right now, I need it. I remember, you've got the Democratic candidate leading the Senate, the Democratic candidate leading the government. Sometimes you can put Democrats. These Democrats, these races are competitive anyway. But you have the Democrats leading here, historically, Brian Johnson, the Republican incumbent. That's a pretty healthy lead with 35% of the vote. It's 35%.
All right, we were just watching that watch party for Jennifer Wexton in Virginia, the 10th Congressional District. I'm here with Lauren Wright, a PhD, a lecturer at Princeton, and a White House strategist here. And we're going to be jumping back and forth to this video to make sure we catch whatever is said, whatever kind of numbers are coming in here. But your sort of thoughts so far on this race and everything kind of happening tonight?
Yeah, I think this is the big steal so far, right? This is the big one that we've started to hear about and everyone's paying attention. And I've been talking about women all night. And, you know, Democrats Democratic women in particular are expected to do really well this season. But what I've been impressed with, because we have more women running against women, just like this race with Wexton, than ever before. And what I'm impressed with them on the campaign trail, I mean, our standards for political discourse have gotten so low, but you don't see women, I mean, no one's making fun of each other's appearance, no one's making fun of each other's spouse. It's just sort of, they seem to be sticking to the issues. And so especially with this race, it was really tough fought, but we just, I guess, don't see in these races the level of discourse go so low.
And do you think it's partially because of some of these movements and things this year?
I do, and I think it's women in the Trump era calling for improvement on these things. I mean, and we have a lot of women who are veterans running this season, for example. And so I just, I always say women, we elect them, are the best legislators. I think that would have been the case if either Comstock or Wexton won. I just think you're getting so much because they're more likely to be bipartisan, they're more likely to be moderate. Both these women are more moderate than their party, for example. And so when we send more women to Congress, we're not only looking more like the American public looks, we're getting people that take the job really seriously because it's more difficult for women to win their primaries, more difficult for them to win. So
interesting. And right here we have this woman against woman in this congressional race. And let me pull up these numbers. This is what we have right now.
Yeah, I haven't seen the latest.
Hopefully, as you can read this from our website here, and I'm going to circle it right here. District 10, there's Wexton and Comstock. The numbers looking right now, as far as we've had updated, 59%, 41% is what we have, with 61% of precincts reporting.
Okay, yeah.
Your thoughts sort of on this? We had some analysis before, but from Tom, what are you thinking about this race?
Yeah, so I think I'm a little nervous about some of them where people are trying to draw conclusions with like 20% of the polls and even 40%. But now, you can call it with this much. I think people with turnout, the problem with high turnout in a midterm election is you don't really know what the impact's going to be. It's notoriously difficult to model. It's notoriously difficult to bake into any prediction. But this race, I think, we can call it. There's enough people. I'm really curious to see her speech. We're watching it right now.
Yeah.
You guys have such a cool setup here.
Yeah,
this is a lot going on. Yeah,
I know. If you guys can see it, we're kind of in the top of the screen now, just kind of looking at you.
Yeah.
If you're on with us on YouTube or on our website, we have a lot of hustle and bustle in the newsroom right now, a lot of excitement for this midterm election night.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of excitement in this room right now.
Yes.
We are sort of hearing that it has been called that she's a projected winner, but we don't have that confirmed yet, so it's not official, but you can see a lot of excitement kind of ratcheting up here at this party.
Couple things to watch for. Does she mention any other candidates? Does she mention Trump explicitly in her speech? Those will be really interesting things for me. I don't think I've ever seen a midterm election covered with so much direct reference to the president. I mean, we're basically covering Trump's 2020 campaign tonight. I mean, he has made it an issue, but he is on the ballot in all of these races, and I'll be super curious to see which candidates explicitly mention the president. Yes,
wow, that's an interesting point that we haven't heard yet tonight. But that is possibly coming up shortly because we see a lot of people getting ready. They're cheering, and we're definitely going to take this live once we have it. But
okay, good.
While I still have you,
sure.
Other sort of analysis about some of these races, both here in the DMV and nationally.
Yeah, I'm watching Florida and Georgia really quickly. We're over there in the conference room while sort of like biting our nails because those would both be historic races in the South, certainly, with Stacey Abrams and Andrew Gillum. I think we have to wait, as I said, a little bit higher of a percentage to return. We don't have enough information for those yet. I'm also watching my home state of California really closely. We have a couple really dysfunctional races. My old district, the 49th, has Diane Harkey running against Mike Levin. He's a Democrat. That was a really hard-fought race. And then the 50th, we have Duncan Hunter under indictment, and a young Obama aide running against him who seems to be very popular and also really moderate in his political views. So I don't know what we have going on in California. And then final thing, as I'm spilling my brain to you here, there's a lot of candidates, and now in Princeton, New Jersey, we have Bob Hugan and Bob Menendez. There are candidates who are either being indicted or have been, formally censored by some organization that are really, corrupt, essentially. And I just can't believe voters are saying, you know what, that's fine. We want to stick with our party over a high-quality candidate. I just, Democrat or Republican, I'm disappointed by that. I am. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely seeing some things kind of coming up on our streams, and I want to jump in because we have our reporter Evan Lambert, who's doing a live shot for air. I'm going to pull him in, doing it for TV. He's at American University at a watch party, to kind of see what it's like, kind of as they are watching for these results to come in, and we'll make sure we flip it back to this room where you can just see a lot of excitement growing for what's possibly a Wexton win. We'll have to see in Virginia. Let's shoot it over there.
Great.
What was that hearing like when they came with more balance? That's crazy.
Thank you.
Hey, Mike.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Tell him that I'm gonna call because I don't think they know how crazy it is here. Nobody's.
Yeah, good luck. I'm done.
Oh, thank you. Hey, just wanted to let you know, it's crazy here in Prince George's County and Brandywine. There's like hundreds of people in line. All right, just let me know. All right, buddy. Like, you need to let us know, because I don't know if I'm be in the middle of an interview and then go live, you know? Like, we'll just do a live interview. Well, yeah.
Why even do two?
We can't close until the last person. But at 8 o'clock, that's when it's doing. That's all. I must be central, you know what I'm saying?
I'm going down for a second in ISB.
What? That's fine.
I'm hungry.
All right, back in the newsroom here with Lauren Wright, PhD. She's a lecturer at Princeton and a strategist, a political scientist. You're here for some of the analysis of today's races.
Yeah.
Looks like, unfortunately, we didn't get a live shot there out of Evan at American University, but we will be looking for those opportunities for our reporters who are out there. They're out at watch parties. They're out at various places in the city to see what might happen. And actually, this is an interesting thing. What might happen at the White House tonight or in front of the Trump Hotel? Or what do you think about the political climate here in D.C. with some of these things that might be interesting, close races?
Yeah, I mean, you're at the epicenter of everything. And I think what's so interesting about really the communication environment we're in, the news cycle that we're in, where everything, there's so much information at once, is everything has become a national race, right? This Georgia gubernatorial and Florida gubernatorial race have certainly become national races. You even have Oprah went to stump for Stacey Abrams earlier this week. And what's interesting to me about that, because Trump was stumping for her opponent Kemp, is you have sort of two celebrity candidates using their stature to push for, you know, a state level race that wouldn't normally get so much attention, except it is historic in both cases. And so all politics is national. That's a great point. I'll be watching the coverage like you of what's happening outside the White House. I think people have really strong feelings right now. That's what research actually has shown really predictably over the last few months is, yes, we are polarized, but it's not necessarily policy. politically, it's because people feel their identity is being attacked by the other party. They feel that this is part of who they are. And so Democrats and Republicans are getting further apart on issues, but really this team tribal environment is because people feel so strongly and so emotionally.
So interesting. Go ahead. You were saying.
That was
And that is truly what we will be watching. I believe we're definitely going to have some live pictures and possibly a reporter outside the White House to see what has happened in D.C. And we're right here in the heart of it, upper northwest D.C. We're seeing a little more excitement in the room here for Jennifer Wexton. I want to bring that picture back if we can get this camera. There it is.
Look at that.
People cheering. The live view is kind of in and out here, but we'll see what happens. Lots of people taking pictures and smiling.
That's a packed room. Yeah, that's a lot of excitement.
It's good. Let me see if I can update sort of these numbers and see what we have coming in here. As I refresh.
You have a lot going on here. This is amazing. I know. I wish everyone could see what you're looking at.
Sometimes people say that. They say, I wish you could see all these screens.
Yeah.
And we can flip them. But let's look at the numbers right now. With a refresh, this is what we're looking at. At the bottom of your screen there, you can see District 10, 64% now of precincts reporting.
Okay, yeah.
And the numbers are similar still, 58, 42% in that race. So this will be a big one for sure. We're waiting on that one. So we'll be bringing you that speech coming up. There's the room, and we're here with Lauren for just more analysis. Other races that are sort of striking you across the nation tonight? Some big ones, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned my California races. I'm really interested in the races where women are running, women veterans are running, women veteran Democrats are running, because, you know, the party has a perception of being somehow weak on national security, but they're not. There are so many women Democrats who are out there, getting out there, and have these really cool campaign ads. And then another thing I'm watching, and, you know, polls, we were all shocked in 2016. I was certainly part of that too. But, you know, the problem with our political environment we were just talking about is people do not disclose their true views in polls. Once they get into that booth, they might choose something different than they were choosing if a pollster called them up. Certainly, you know, there's social desirability bias. Even online, they're embarrassed to admit their true views. So I would just tell everyone to kind of, you know, hedge a little bit. You know, maybe there's more support for the president than we think, or at least people are bothered by what's going on. And then a lot of people in this country are racist, are sexist, either in private or even in public, like we see with Steve King. So I would just tell everyone, you know, yes, we're seeing a lot of positive signs of people moving in the progressive direction this year, but people don't always tell the truth in polls, and I don't know what we're going to see.
Quickly, I want to switch it over because we are seeing some things happening, some people commenting at American University, and some other things happening in Tim Kaine's watch party in Falls Church. So let's take a look. Let's jump over there.
Their success tonight, and all of our success across Virginia this election day, is a tribute to three things. First, of course, we have truly good and great candidates. Second, all the hard work each and every one of you did, not just today, but in those months leading up to this election. And third, it's really simple. It's the fact that we stand for the things that truly matter to regular people. Democrats stand for increased access to health care, protecting coverage for folks with pre-existing conditions, and making sure you don't have to go broke to save a loved one's life. Democrats stand for economic programs that work for all Virginians, not just those at the top. Democrats stand for civility and tolerance. And we stand together against hatred and bigotry, racism and discrimination. Oh, cuties. These principles, these values, those fundamental shared beliefs defined us in last year's elections. They describe who we are today, and they will drive us to victory next year when we take back the General Assembly. Okay, now I know what you're thinking. Susan, can you cut these remarks short and just let us enjoy our big wins? And those of you who know me best know that no one wants to keep a speech short and get to that glass of bourbon more than me. So let's do that tonight. But tomorrow, let's begin again. Because people across the Commonwealth, they're counting on us to speak out for them, to fight for them, and to work with them and for them to build a better life for all. It begins with you. It starts tomorrow. And it will lead to another night of celebration and in 2019. Now, if you think I'm fired up, I can't hold a candle to the man I'm about ready to introduce. Because of him and our former First Lady, we are a better Commonwealth. He built the new Virginia economy, was that brick wall for protecting women's health, restoration of rights, and worked to ensure that everyone gets a fair shot, no matter who you are or where you live. This past year, he's assisted candidates all over this country, traveling to 22 states, all up and down the ballot, in addition to doing his part right here at home. It is my honor and privilege to introduce to you the former governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia, Terry McAuliffe.
Well, good evening, everybody. You fired up? Let's hear for our great state chair, Susan Schwecker. Well, folks, let me make it clear. Tonight, the Democrats are going to take control of the United States House of Representatives. We're also going to win 8-9 governors, which will be historic for us for 2021. We're winning in Maine, Michigan, Illinois, Wisconsin, Nevada, New Mexico, Florida, Iowa. We're going to win in Georgia, Ohio, Kansas. But you know where it all starts? Right here in Virginia, the greatest state in the United States of America, right here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And tonight we re-elected our great friend, Tim Kaine, to the Senate once again. And you know what? I think we're going to pick up 3 members of Congress here in Virginia. And for the first time in a long time, Democrats will now control a majority of the congressional delegation here in Virginia. We set the trend when I stood before you 5 years ago. When we got elected governor, Republicans controlled all the statewide. Today, folks, Democrats, we are the action. We control it all here in Virginia. Because we lean in on the issues. This election, you look at President Trump and his campaign. Fear, hatred, division. We ran on health care. We ran on middle-class tax cuts. We ran on infrastructure. Because you know what? They didn't do any of that. That's why people came out today in record numbers across America to elect Democrats all across the country, up and down the ballot. So you know what, Virginia? We did it. Next year we're going to come back and we're going to win the House and Senate, take control of both chambers in Virginia. And guess what? And we're going to come back again as we did in 2016 when Virginia was the only southern state to go for Hillary Clinton and Tim Kaine. We are going to win the White House in 2020, led by Virginia. Are you fired up? What a night. It is now my honor to bring up to the stage 3 very special people. The greatest governor, lieutenant governor, and attorney general in Virginia history. Let me bring up to the stage Ralph Northam, Justin Fairfax, and Mark Herring.
Hello, Virginia Democrats.
fantastic former Governor Terry McAuliffe, who I was proud to serve alongside of for 4 years. Tonight is going to be a great night for the Commonwealth, for our country, for democracy itself. 1 year ago, on Election Day last year, you came out in historic numbers and elected our ticket. The governor, Justin, myself, and made Virginia the place where we drew the line and said no more. No more to the chaos, no more to the discord, no more to attacks on immigration, on the environment, on women's rights. We sent a clear message to the man in the White House, and we showed the entire country the way forward. And tonight, we are doing it again. We are sending our incredible United States Senator Tim Kaine back to the Senate. And we are on the way to sending more Democratic representatives into the House, including the person I voted for to represent me in Congress, Jennifer Wexton. And the message that we are sending tonight is as clear as it was a year ago. The heart of our democracy is us, the people. And we can't succeed by pitting one group against another. We can't succeed by holding some back. Instead, we succeed when we help one another. We succeed when we extend a helping hand to those who need it. And we succeed when we work hard to make sure everybody has a fair shot. Politics is not just some game to win at all costs. And it's not about power for power's sake. And it sure as heck isn't about ripping people's health care away from them either. It's about building a commonwealth and a nation where each of us has the chance to succeed. An opportunity to help make people's lives better. People in our communities, in our commonwealth, around the country. Those who are here now, as well as the future generations who will be here later. And of course, none of that could be possible if it hadn't been for all of your hard work. You know, those are the things that drew our candidates into the races to begin with. And it is what is carrying them to victory tonight. People like Tim Kaine who understand what true public service is about helping your fellow citizens and making life better for others around you. But again, none of that could have been possible if it hadn't been for your hard work. A lot of hard work of thousands of Virginians, millions of Americans who have been powering this movement, who have worked so hard to keep hope alive these last couple of years. And it has been a lot of hard work. My son Tim is a field organizer. And Lauren and I texted him early this morning and wished him good luck. He immediately responded back and he said, and he shouted it out, "It's not about luck, it's about hard work and democracy." And he was exactly right. He was exactly right. And all of you have been all about the hard work and democracy, knocking on doors, phone banking, making contributions, getting people to come out and vote, you all coming out and vote, you all have made the difference. Thank you for all of your hard work. Thank you for your energy and your support. And please welcome our fantastic Lieutenant Governor, Justin Fairfax.
Good evening, Virginia! Let's give it up for our great Attorney General, Mark Herring. Mark, thank you for your leadership, for all that you do, and our incredible governor, Ralph Northam. He is fantastic, has done incredible work. Ralph, thank you. And also, I want to thank every single one of you here tonight. You sent a statement that will be heard around the country and around the world about who we are. That we have chosen hope over fear. We've chosen love over hate. And when I saw those returns come back for our dear friend, Senator Tim Kaine at 7:01, I said, what took so long? Because you know what? Corey Stewart's day is done here in Virginia, and so is Donald Trump's. It is the beginning of the end of the Trump era in this country. And Virginia, you have a very special place in the history and the life of this nation. Because this blue wave, this blue tsunami, this wildfire progressive change started last year right here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. It was a very dark time after 2016. We felt like the lights had gone out in this nation and the darkness had come across our great country. But you all answered the call of history in 2017. And you said we were going to go county by county, city by city, and now state by state, and turn the lights back on in America. You voted us in with the most votes in the history of the Commonwealth of Virginia. You said 15 members to the House of Delegates. You made Medicaid expansion possible, so 400,000 people now have health insurance in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and you're making that progress possible all over this nation. Everywhere that I have traveled, we've been to a number of states. The chair of the Democratic Lieutenant Governors Association. So we've been to the Midwest, the Southwest, we've been down to Georgia and Florida. By the way, Andrew Gillum's going to be the next governor of Florida. Stacey Abrams will be the next governor of the great state of Georgia. And we're electing dynamic, progressive people all over this nation. But everywhere I've gone, people have said, thank you, Virginia, for giving us hope. We felt like this country was going to go down a dark political road, but you showed us what was possible. That we could reclaim our democracy and reclaim hope in this nation. So when we said last year that Virginia would be the match that starts the wildfire of progressive change, that wildfire has now spread all across America. You are remaking this nation. You are rebirthing democracy in the place where it was first born. And so you should feel proud about what we have done tonight. I want to thank Jennifer Wexton, who's been an incredible member of Congress. I also want to thank Abigail Spanberger and our incredible candidates who have run and are winning all over Virginia and all over this nation. And so thank you to every single one of you for the heart, talent, time, treasure, the sacrifices that you have made for this country. It matters. It is worth fighting for. And without further ado, I want to bring up a man who has been an incredible leader his entire life and career. Needs no introduction, an Army veteran, pediatric neurologist, and the 73rd governor of the great Commonwealth of Virginia, Dr. Ralph Northam. Thank you, Virginia.
Well, hello, Democrat. Like Terry McAuliffe would say, what a party. Are you ready to party? Well, you deserve to party because you all have had a great day. We've had a great day here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And just as you have heard, just as you have been reminded, we all watched an election back in 2016 that was based on so much hatred and bigotry, discrimination and misinformation, and people stood up across this country, but specifically people in the Commonwealth of Virginia stood up and said, enough is enough, and you started the blue wave that is sweeping across this country now. So you all need to be proud. And not only did you elect the three of us, you also elected 15 new members of the House of Delegates, and because of you now 400,000 working Virginians have access to health care. So I say thank you to you. You know, this campaign that we have run this year is about character. It's about looking for candidates that have vision, looking for candidates that are problem solvers, candidates that have a moral compass, and candidates that know how to tell the truth. And I thank you so much for all that you have done this year to make sure that we send Tim Kaine back to the U.S. Senate. And all of these other great candidates that you're getting ready to see, Jerry Conley, he's here with us. Don Beyer, he's here with us. Bobby Scott, he's here with us. And congratulations to Jennifer Wexton being the next Congresswoman of the 10th. We are the party that believes in jobs. We believe that all Virginians should have a job that they can support themselves and their families with. And by the way, our unemployment rate right now in Virginia is at 2.9%. It's the lowest it's been in over 10 years. I don't know about you, but I'm proud to be a Democrat. And when we elect Democrats, good things happen in the Commonwealth of Virginia. We believe that all all of our children should have access to a world-class education. We believe that all Virginians should have access to affordable and quality health care. We believe that women should make their own choices about reproductive health care. There is no excuse that a group of legislators, most of whom are men, should be telling women what they should and shouldn't be doing with their bodies. That needs to stop. We believe that we need to live in environments where the air and water are clean, and we need to live in communities that are safe, where there are not guns on every street corner. And finally, we believe in diversity. This country is becoming more diverse every day, and it is that diversity that makes us who we are. So as long as we, as Democrats, have anything to do with it, we will be inclusive in the Commonwealth of Virginia. We will welcome people here. Our lights are on, our doors are open. So come on in to Virginia. So the blue wave that you started last year is continuing to sweep across Virginia, and I just tell you to keep up the good work, because in 2019, we're going to take our majority back in the House of Delegates and the Senate. And finally, we as Democrats are going to get back on offense and stop playing so much defense. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless you. Have a great evening. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Congressman Don Beyer.
Welcome to Congressman Connolly's district. There are good nights and there are bad nights with Democrats, but tonight is a wonderful night. And sometimes in history, bad is good. And the Trump Electoral College win 2 years ago has been a disaster of biblical proportions. The floods, plagues of locusts, frogs, fiery hail, and darkness, a bonfire of our values, of our history, of our culture, actual carnage. But out of the ashes is rising a new phoenix, a Democratic House of Representatives who will carry on the work of progress, science, reason, and humanity. And this is what we intend to do. We're going to fix the healthcare system Trump and his henchmen have been so determined to destroy. And that means making prescription drugs affordable again, lowering the cost of healthcare premiums, and saving the waiver of pre-existing conditions. We are going to pass a $1 trillion infrastructure bill and fix our bridges, our highways, our ports, and metro, and bring broadband to every citizen in the United States. And we will make burning carbon, the cost of burning carbon, is actual cost. And join the rest of the world in fighting climate change. We are finally going to vote on common sense gun legislation. Every day in America, guns kill 8 children. And we're going to make paid maternity leave the law of the land. What kind of country forces a mother to abandon her newborn baby to go back to work? And we will protect a woman's right to make her own health care decisions regardless of rep government. We will protect our dreamers. How can we possibly deport these kids as American as yours or mine because they were born someplace else? Next thing you know, some idiot is going to suggest we overthrow the 14th Amendment. We will pass meaningful criminal justice.
Good evening. I'm Delegate John Bell, and this is...
I'm Delegate Jennifer Boysko, and we are so excited to be here tonight.
So behind us, we've got a bunch of Democratic elected officials, but you know what? It's going to look better when we have even more later tonight. So let's give them a big round of applause. When I woke up this morning, I thought about all the things that I was going to do today as I was getting ready to go to the polls, as I know many of you did. And you know what my number one goal was? What? By the end of the night, I want to be Wexton. So how does it feel to be Wexton?
Everybody in this room knows that Jennifer Wexton is going to be a positive change for the United States of America Congress. And I want you to go home tonight knowing how important your role was in making this happen. Many of us have been working on this for decades, and finally, Democrats have VA-10.
Okay, so we're going to raise the roof here as we bring out our newest Congresswoman from the 10th Congressional District, Jennifer Wexton!
Anticipate that this race would be called so quickly. And I've been a little busy, so it's taken me a bit of time to get my thoughts together to share with you tonight. Well, thank you guys so much. I've been saying since the beginning of this campaign that change is coming to America, and change is coming to Virginia 10. And that change came tonight. But that kind of change doesn't just happen. It happened because of all of you and many others like you. You made it happen when you joined Indivisible. You made it happen when you joined Network Nova. You made it happen when you joined Moms Demand Action. And you made it happen when you joined Swing Left and many other groups that have grown over these past months. You made it happen when you came out of your comfort zone to knock on doors, to make phone calls, to attend town halls and ask tough questions, when town halls actually took place, to make signs or write postcards, to protest in the streets or on the side of the road. You made it happen when you gave your time and your treasure and your passion to this campaign, and that is why I stand before you tonight as your Congresswoman-elect. When we work together, we accomplish great things. Because we work together, we sent a message that we want a better nation. That we demand a better nation. A nation where we treat each other and with respect. Because we don't have to live in a nation where people are stripped of their health care. We don't have to live in a nation where our kids go to schools that are crumbling. We don't have to live in a nation where children are torn away from their parents at the border. And we don't have to live in a nation where people live in fear of being gunned down in synagogues, churches, workplaces, movie theaters, or anywhere in their communities. Our country is better than that. It has to be better than that. And it will be better than that. Americans deserve a nation where our children are safe. Sick people get the health care they need, immigrants are welcome, schools are successful, and it's no longer easier to buy a gun than it is to vote. That is the America I believe in. That is the America you all work for, and that is the America that Virginia 10 just voted for. But that does not mean that our work is done. We have so much still to do. Yeah. And that takes us to the most important part, what comes next. Yeah. It's no secret that our country and our communities are bitterly divided. Our politics are harsh and tribal. We know we cannot continue like this. We know that a house divided cannot stand. A house divided against itself cannot stand. So it's up to us now to begin the work of returning our nation to the core values that we know America stands for, to the belief that we are all created equal and we all have the right to the pursuit of happiness. This will only happen if, as we did in this campaign, we come together and we work together, not to win votes, but to win back the inclusion, compassion, civility, and dignity that make America the nation we all know and love. We have more hard work ahead of us, but we have the power to make things better. And as President Obama said yesterday, better is important. Better helps people. Let's make our country better. Has lasted 565 long days and is the result of days and weeks and months of hard work by everyone in this room and hundreds more across the district and beyond. There have been so many who have done so much, but I would be remiss if I didn't recognize and thank some people without whom I wouldn't be standing here tonight. Mom? Thank you for being such a great role model and for raising a strong, independent woman. Two of us, actually, because my sister Susie's here, too. Andrew, thank you for putting up with a strong, independent woman. But I can say without a doubt that you are the best thing that ever happened to me. Matthew and Jamie. I know it's hard having me for a mom. That's exactly right. But I do this for you. I do this for you because I want to make a better world for you and a better future for you. And I love you guys so much. To my siblings and my in-laws, I'm really thankful that the Tosinis decided to marry people who I like and love as much as I like and love my own blood relatives, and in some cases, maybe more. Allison. We all know Allison's the favorite. And to my staff. And I have to start with Abby. Oh my God, she hates this. She hates it.
But more importantly, the wins that we have had together. Over these 9 years, we have had incredible and wonderful wins. We have won historic tax cuts time and again that are helping our families and our businesses, and you all have been a part of it. We have had historic support for our military and for our veterans, and things are changing for them, and I am so proud of all the work that you have done for supporting our military and supporting our veterans. We have had historic support for those who are suffering from addiction and opioids and heroin. We have worked together to tackle that problem, and we have done a great job together on that, and we will continue to do that. And then on things like medical research, I have been so proud to work with so many of you and have historic funding for things like Alzheimer's and cancer and diabetes. So we have these wonderful victories that are making our communities better. And for that $2,000 child tax credit that we got those are your victories, and those are victories that will continue to serve our communities. Now, you know, success is never final. Failure is never fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts. And I really want to speak to these great young people who have been part of this team, and I know some of you aren't all, get all up here, because you have been so incredible. And as I go around, I want to make sure you stay in this fight. We lost this fight, but we have won so many together. And we will continue, because these important fights are about improving our community and that commitment. And you all have that, improving this country. Our common sense conservative values, we continue to fight for, and we'll continue to get all of these great successes for years to come. So I want to thank all of these young people and encourage them to continue. I was thinking about the first race that I ever worked on. Forgive me here, guys, because it was George McGovern. So I didn't get discouraged. I changed parties, but so please do not at all be discouraged, and I can't thank you enough. And of course, at the head of this great team, Susan Falconer, where all of us. But before the polls had closed, Speaker Ryan had emailed me about how impressed he was with all of you. And I said to him, well, Susan's a drill sergeant. She's just so incredible. She's so wonderful. And he said, I know, she is our top person. And the speaker knows that, and everybody else knows that. So Susan, you are incredible. You are a force of nature. And we never could have done all these. And because she's a woman, they kind of haven't noticed that she was incredibly awesome and won all these victories and beat the boys usually. So but she is also a great leader in bringing all of you together. thank all of my colleagues that I've been privileged to serve in the House of Delegates with, who are here, and our supervisors and our party leaders. John Whitbeck, thank you. And if I go through all the lists, I can't. Everyone has been so wonderful. So I now have to turn to my long-suffering family. And so first, I have to talk about wins. When I was born, and I won't tell you how many years ago, or that my mother was just a tiny, tiny baby then, I won the lottery when I got my mom and dad. So that's a big victory. And we know, and we win the lottery when we're born in this country, right? How incredible that is. So. They have been my rock. They have gotten us through. So many people would tell me I voted for you because of your mom and dad or your kids. So I can't thank you enough. Mom and Dad's home tending the fires. And then secondly, as the family grows, my husband. That was one of my best victories. And when we went out on our first date, I said, "This is the guy I'm going to marry." He didn't know that. He was still dating others. But that's the biggest victory in life, when you get a great family, and then when you get the right husband and the right values. Honey, you have gone. I can't thank you enough, and thank you for being on this roller coaster. One of our first dates was on a roller coaster, a little bit like what our life has been like. So this roller coaster continues. And then my 3 wonderful children. We have one of them here tonight, the mother of 2 of my 5 grandchildren, but my one daughter. I come from a family of strong women, and like to hire strong women, and got a lot of them here. And so Katie has been incredible. Now, Katie did remind me the other day that she was pregnant in 14 and 16 when I won my election. So she's not pregnant. So, it's all her fault. But we look forward. Actually, one of the things we're doing is I had told Haley, our little granddaughter, that we were going to Disney World no matter what happened. So that's where we're going now. So. Thank you. Well, my 2 boys aren't here. So the daughters, they stick with you, right? So thank you, Katie, for, first of all, giving me those 2 gorgeous grandchildren that we love. My 2 boys do send they are wonderful, too. I am so privileged to have 3 wonderful, incredible children, and to be able to continue to work with all of you. So we have had, these great victories will continue. I mean, look at our Supreme Court. We're going to still hold our Senate. We're going to be able to do great things together. I know 2 of the things that I am so passionate about in my Young Women's Leadership Program that so many of you have been involved. I certainly got my mom was so great in being a leader herself, so that came naturally to be able to start that, and then to have so many women leaders. And we have so many great young people, but I really appreciate that we've been able to cultivate so many great leaders on our campaign and in my personal office, and then serving our veterans. There is nothing more important in this country than those who serve us and protect us. On Saturday night, I was with a woman who had been injured, and really lost, a lot in her life. And I thought, our soldiers, they go through so much. The loss they deal with, the loss of an election, not winning an election is nothing like losing a loved one. What our soldiers go through, what those who are suffering from cancer and debilitating diseases. So those are the battles that we can all continue to fight together, and I know you all fight together. So thank you, and God bless you all. God bless America. talking.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you, Barbara.
All right, so Barbara Comstock conceding to Jennifer Wexton there in the 10th Congressional District of Virginia. I'm joined by Lauren Wright. Hey, political scientist at Princeton. And Lauren, you were here earlier. We just watched the majority of Wexton's celebratory speech and the concession there. Thoughts again on this race? You were talking about this earlier.
I think it's important not to call anything a bellwether. Virginia and Maryland are really specific parts of the country. This is Northern Virginia. A lot of people work in D.C. It's an extremely politically savvy and educated, politically part of the country, so people are really politically in tune here. But obviously this has been a Republican-held seat for a very long time, I think about 60 years, and so this is a big win, a really close race with 2 women, and so this is a big deal for Democrats.
And you were talking about this before too, the woman versus the woman thing. This is a big thing in today's election.
And isn't it nice to see a politician go up and not say that the race was rigged or something like that, and to politely concede and to be really congenial about it.
Definitely, yeah. Let us know your thoughts as you're watching along with us on Facebook and YouTube. You were going to say something, Lauren? You were saying?
Oh, I was just saying that I think, women have done a good job because there's so many more difficulties that they have in American politics of rising to the occasion and being polite and friendly and being adults.
How do you think some of the women's issues that we've seen hugely come to a head in the news this year maybe affected this particular race?
Yeah, well, I think with all of these congressional races, not so much the gubernatorial ones, although Trump is also in the ether. Trump is on the ballot, Brett Kavanaugh is on the ballot. I think women paid close attention to those things and are starting to really get involved. Unfortunately, most of the progress is on one side. Democrats are doing such a great job of recruiting women and actively fundraising for them. There's more PACs on that side. Republicans need to catch up a little bit. They're still at about the same place they were in the 90s, and Democrats are doing a good job getting more women.
So interesting. Lauren, thanks for your analysis. You all know we're live here on Facebook right now and on YouTube throughout the evening here. Whenever we're off TV, we're here live on the web for you all. So join in on the conversation. Let us know what you think as the results roll in. And we're going to continue to cover some of the other big races across this nation when we come back. Thanks for joining us.
More attack ads, 100,000 ads attacking her than our Nancy Pelosi. And you know what she just does? She just wins, baby. She just wins. I'm so proud of her and so honored to support her. She's been just a terrific, terrific leader for our party. But she was not alone. I'm sure you saw our former president, Barack Obama, out there campaigning for the Democrats. He was terrific. And I want to publicly thank him as well. He just did a great job. This election, it seems to me, as important as our leaders have been, this election has not been about our leadership. It's been about our grassroots. It's been about the people who decided that they were going to make a difference. There's a great story from our history. One of the key battles of the Civil War was the Battle of Missionary Ridge. Missionary Ridge sat on top of the field of battle at Chattanooga, and it was fortified by the Confederates. They had artillery, they had sharpshooters. And Ulysses Grant, the Union general, was looking and trying to think, how do I take Missionary Ridge? And he didn't know what he was going to do. And while he was looking and reconnoitering, you know what happened? 18,000 blue-coated Union troops surged up that mountain and took Missionary Ridge before they were even given any orders. And Grant asked his general, General Thomas, who gave the order to take Missionary Ridge? And the general said, General Grant, nobody. They just did it on their own. That is the story of this election. Democrats just decided to do it on their own. They have gone out there. I've campaigned all across this country. So many of these people, the most women candidates we have ever fielded, the most people of color, the most veterans, the most LGBTQ candidates, the most diverse and the most talented set of candidates I think we have ever put on the field. And every one of them began at their kitchen table Googling, how do I run for Congress? But they sure found out quickly. And then you multiply that by all the people who volunteered, who door knocked, who block walked, who phone bank, who drove folks to the polls, who gave $5 or $10 and responded. All of you folks have made this difference. See, here's the thing, a blue wave, it starts with just one raindrop. And that's what's happened today. Began with one raindrop and then there was a ripple. And pretty soon, justice was flowing like waters and righteousness like a mighty stream. And that is what we're going to see tonight. I do think we're going to have a lot of fun tonight. It's going to be a late night, but I think we're going to have a lot of fun. And when that fun ends, then the work begins. And there is so much work for us to do. We have got to begin by sweeping out the culture of corruption that has come here to Washington, D.C. We have got to clean up our politics. That's what the voters are telling us, and that's why I think these Democrats are doing so well. We have got to fight for the equality and the dignity and opportunity of every single American, no matter where you were born, the color of your skin, or who you choose to love. We have got to protect people when they're most vulnerable, when they need health care. When our friends on the other side want to take away their right to quality health care because they commit the sin of having a pre-existing condition. Like, for example, being a woman. Apparently that's a pre-existing condition in the eyes of, well, I guess it is, but in the eyes of our opponents. So what we want to do is something very, very different. And I think this is what the American people are telling us. That it's not simply enough to be against particular people who we find offensive. We got to be for something. And the Democrats I have seen across this country who are running and volunteering and donating, by God, they stand for something. And you know what Mama used to say, if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. Well, we Democrats, we stand for something. It is now my honor and my pleasure to introduce to you the man who from the very beginning has seen that we Democrats can put this together and take back the House. He is the chairman of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. He is my friend. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Ben Ray Lujan.
All right, coming back to the newsroom, we'll cut back to some of that analysis.
Yeah, nobody needs to see the DCCC. Who cares? It's, you're going to see Nancy Pelosi come out there and like, this is where if Democrats take the House, you're going to see Nancy Pelosi put on a real hell of a show tonight. she'll, I'm sure, declare that they're going to try to impeach Donald Trump. A whole nine. It's going to be.
I'm here with Tim Young again. You may have seen him at the beginning of the stream, and we're going to talk about some of the stuff so far that's been coming in, and we've sort of haven't mentioned some of these things that are happening. Let's quickly go over what did just happen in D.C. We have projected winner Muriel Bowser again as mayor.
Who ran against her? Did she even have anybody run against her?
A couple. There was a Libertarian and a Green Party. Anyway. We had expected this to be the case, and it did, and so going through that. And then a couple other things coming into our AP alerts I want to go over also. We were just talking about this. Bob Menendez in New Jersey. Yeah. Projected, and
he can continue to be corrupt in New Jersey. That's good for him.
And I remember some of the campaign events leading up to today, and they were, of course, harping on that for part of his competition.
Well, there was no way he was going to lose. New Jersey is a heavily Democratic state, and they weren't going to elect a Republican. That's just not going to happen.
So that is coming in, and we're still waiting on some of those other big ones. What have you've been kind of watching these results come in? Yeah. Give me some analysis that you've been seeing of Jennifer Wexton and that whole.
Well, I called Wexton earlier. We knew this was going to happen. I mean, Comstock was a terrible candidate, but I think overall you're not going to see a blue wave tonight. I am going to stick with my Republicans keeping the House by 5 to 8 seats, and Republicans gaining 2 seats in the Senate. I think again, a few months ago we kept hearing over and over again, blue wave, blue wave, blue wave. It's not happening. It's just not happening. This was also the Democrats' election to lose, and they have. If they're not taking back both the House and the Senate and dominating this election, they're failing here.
Some of the other races that are piquing your interest right now, have you been looking at some of the numbers in that little cordoned off room that we have you in?
Oh, yeah. Oh, you mean the little silent area down there where everyone's expected to just take a nap and be bored to death?
Cheetos.
Yeah, there's Cheetos down there, oddly weird. I think you guys are knocking the president with that. That's a whole other story. But listen, Andy Barr in Kentucky won his race. That was supposed to be a toss-up and a bellwether, so it went towards the Republicans. I think in Florida we're taking a look at Andrew Gillum, who is down to DeSantis by, I believe, 50,000 votes with 95% reporting. We should take a look at that.
Right, let's take a look. I'm going to try to refresh this. Take a look at those numbers. As we continue to watch our screens, too, for whatever might be coming in. We still haven't heard, I don't think we've heard yet from Senator Kaine, who was supposed to come out.
We just see that popped up. Joe Manchin has been announced that he has won his Senate race, his re-election bid in Virginia. I think that really came down to whether or not he voted for Brett Kavanaugh's confirmation a couple of months ago, and he was able to keep that seat because of that vote.
Okay, we're just getting in some new information from our web, so I'm going to take a look at it. Okay, got it.
In case you're wondering, also Bernie Sanders won, and
got it.
Elizabeth Warren, she also continued to win. We learned that from smoke signals, by the way, that she won her race in Massachusetts.
Which one again?
Elizabeth Warren. They sent up smoke signals. You could hear.
Oh, the jokes come out.
The tomahawk chant.
Let's see. I'm going to take a look.
Elizabeth Warren.
For the source that we're being told is coming in. Take a look.
What do we got?
Let's check it. Take.
Oh, Nancy Pelosi's up and talking right now.
She is. So let's listen to some of her analysis there in D.C., kind of just analyzing what we've seen so far. And then we'll take you over to this other source that we supposedly have coming in as well from somewhere else. Let's check it out.
Our country, restoring checks and balances in our Constitution, honoring the vision of our founders, the sacrifice of our men and women in uniform, and the aspirations of our children. What is at stake in this election is nothing less than the health and financial security of America's seniors and hardworking families. We have shown the key contrast between Republican special interest record and the Democratic record for the people. Democrats will lower health care costs and prescription drug prices for seniors and families across America. Instead, Mitch McConnell and the Republicans have put Medicare and Medicaid on the chopping block and will continue their cruel assault on the protections for people with pre-existing conditions. Democrats will raise workers' wages with strong economic growth by rebuilding America. Instead, Republicans stack the economy further against working men and women and more toward big corporations and the wealthiest 1%. Democrats will clean up corruption to make Washington work for the American people. Republicans will only continue the toxic GOP culture of cronyism, incompetence, and corruption that grows more brazen and more destructive every day. We have seen Washington Republicans work relentlessly to distract, divide, and cover up anything to shift the focus from the GOP's tax scam for the rich and their cruel campaign to take away America's health care. But we don't agonize, we organize. Many of you and across the country are volunteers in politics, our VIPs, women and men mobilized in historic numbers. You and they saw that this GOP Congress was doing and refusing what was doing, and they refused to stand silent. I tell them and tell you every step you took, every door you knock, every text you send, every conversation you have made the difference between winning and losing in this election. Thanks to you, we have owned the ground. These volunteers and you are attracted and inspired by an incredible generation, new generation of Democratic candidates who have connected their vision and their values with those of the American people, their constituents. When Democrats win, and we will win tonight, we will have a Congress that is open, transparent, and accountable to the American people. We will strive for bipartisanship, seeking common ground, as we are responsible to do, but when we can't find that common ground, standing our ground. We will work for the boldest common denominator. We will boldest common denominator. And so, this evening, we strive for, and when we win, we will strive for unity because we must honor the guidance of our founders. They did so much in our Declaration, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, but they gave us guidance, e pluribus unum, from many, one. They didn't know how many we would be or how different we'd be from each other, but they knew we had to strive for oneness, for unity, and that's what we intend to do in a nonpartisan way. Republicans have their dark money and their dark message of division, but again, we have the excellence of an extraordinary generation of dynamic candidates. Let's hear it for our candidates across the country. The energy of the grassroots. Let's hear it for the grassroots. And under the leadership of Ray Lujan, the determination to win. Across the country, our volunteers in politics, our VIPs, must continue to get out the vote. Get out the vote. Keep it going. Walk those precincts. Knock those doors. Make those calls. Text those messages. Get out the vote. So I ask all of you here, are you ready to take back the House for working men and women? Are you ready to help more Democratic candidates win? Are you ready for a great Democratic victory? I thought so. Onward to victory. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you all very much.
Imagination, your love will stop. Even if that doesn't ring true, you've been all over, and it's been all over you. It's a beautiful day.
Right, and I'm back with Tim Young in the newsroom. We've been watching what we got coming in. There really is a lot. We're looking at all these races, trying to kind of see what is coming in via the AP and Fox News channel for official word on what's happening. And what are some of the big races we were just chatting about? We're watching.
So we're watching Florida. Florida is the close one here. It's coming down to about 100,000 votes to determine whether or not you have a Republican upset in the Senate and what should have been a blowout by Republicans for governor it's pretty close between DeSantis and Gillum. So
It is pretty close. We're thinking it's probably going to go Republican. We don't know.
what do we have? 93% reporting in there.
So 97, I believe.
97% reporting in, and the areas that are remaining to report lean right. So it does look like you're going to have a Governor DeSantis and a new Senator Scott over Bill Nelson.
The senator race was interesting in Florida because I remember some of the statistics about Bill Nelson. If he went on to be, he would have been, one of the only long-standing in Florida, multiple terms, 4 terms or so. And again, we don't know the results yet, but
yeah, and he seemed out of touch. Like he was never down there. He really didn't do anything. He made no national news. Bill Nelson was kind of out of the picture. But again, these are very, very close races, and it comes down to turnout in all of these races.
Yeah.
The other one that's interesting, it was called Marsha Blackburn beating Phil Bredesen in Tennessee. That was the one that Taylor Swift finally revealed what her politics were in the entire situation. She came out, wanted people to vote for Phil Bredesen. It's already been called for Marsha Blackburn. So sorry, Taylor Swift.
And this goes back to what we were talking about earlier. Do these celebrity endorsements mean anything?
Meaningless.
In this case, we're saying that it possibly didn't, but
yeah. I mean, and that's a pretty big celebrity. I mean, she broke her silence on politics to come out, and that was it. Like, it didn't work. So.
I'm also curious about the Rick Scott in Florida. If he had so much, he was out in the public eye a lot with a lot of that hurricane response this year.
Yes.
And just, I remember taking him to our stream multiple times with a lot of that, and he had to kind of go through that and talk to the people of Florida so many times. I mean, did that play into some of this maybe?
I think so. I think he was out there with people, and he was on the street, and I mean, that's that's old school grassroots, like going and meeting with people and showing actual concern for the people of your state.
Right.
Where was Bill Nelson? Asleep.
Other big races that we just have somebody coming up right here.
That's Tim Kaine is showing up.
It's Mark Warner.
Oh, Mark Warner's coming up to speak for Tim Kaine.
And we still haven't heard from Senator Tim Kaine yet, but he's coming up.
He's going to win. Like, I mean, there's no doubt that he's won that one already.
He has.
The interesting race, though, that I'm watching now is Texas, who I had predicted Ted Cruz would win by 8 to 10 points. It's pretty close, but a lot of the areas that are left to report in Texas are the country that would go completely hard red, not even remotely purple. So Ted Cruz is going to pull that one out, even though it looks close right now.
And you're from Texas, so you
yes.
have some insight there.
From Austin, Texas. I lived there for 4.5 years. And so I know it pretty much inside and out. And so all of the areas that would go hard blue have come in, and now it's just left the red areas to vote for Ted Cruz.
So interesting. I think a lot of eyes are on that race. We're going to be watching the Florida Governor, Senate. We just had a stream up, but we kind of lost it of what we thought was going to be Bernie Sanders, which you were saying was a landslide as well.
Yeah, I mean, Bernie Sanders didn't have a challenger at all, really, there. That was going to be a walk. Same with Elizabeth Warren, complete walk there. It does look like Stacey Abrams is losing to Kemp in Georgia right now in that
we'll have to look at the
hotly contested Georgia race. But again, not a lot reporting there yet. It really depends on, and what a lot of the networks aren't showing you right now, the areas that are reporting in. And so when you see 50% reporting and somebody's very far ahead but hasn't been called for anybody else yet, if you take a look at the rest of the map and the trends of how people vote in those areas, it probably skews the opposite way.
Is it shaping up to be somewhat of what you predicted at the very beginning of the live stream?
Yeah.
Those numbers are maybe
we're taking
coming
a look
to
right now. We have net gains right now. It looks like Republicans have gained.
This is our widget. Check it out.
Republicans have gained 1 in the Senate so far. Democrats have only gained 2 in the House. And I think Republicans hold them off in the House. And I said, again, they gain 2 seats in the Senate. So this is going to be a very interesting race. And if I'm right, I'm going to...
Bowser live 7.
And if I'm right, I'm going to spike the football a lot, especially on the Final 5 tonight at 11:30.
Oh, you are staying around for that.
I am.
You are. That's right.
Here all night.
You are here all night. This widget came in handy, right? Because we just popped it up, and it was saying exactly what you were trying to...
Exactly. No, that's the point. You put those widgets up, I can rub my nose. It's a great time.
The widgets. Okay, just hearing word that we have Mayor Muriel Bowser in D.C. up on one of our live cams in the city. So we're going to check into that and pull her up right now. Here we go. Oh, it looks like she's not there yet, but...
Well, there she is. She's walking into the event, wherever she is.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
I wonder, where is she? Where is this?
This is in, not quite sure exactly the location, somewhere in Northwest D.C. is
really
what we're
narrowed
looking
it
at.
down. So it's in one quarter of the city. We've narrowed this down to the northwest quadrant of the city.
A lot of excitement.
There's an air vent directly above the stage that is lit green with the rest of the
green
stage.
Signs. And you see so much of Mayor Bowser in a lot of these events. Every parade in the city, you really do see her face, and we have her on our air all the time, and we talk about her.
Look at this. I mean, these signs are reusable for St. Patrick's Day.
They are very green.
She's prepared for that. And I believe, is she speaking?
I believe she will, and so we're going to pop that up in just a second here. Trying to kind of take in all of these races. I know we're talking about a lot of these sort of more national races, these hotly contested ones in Florida, Georgia, Texas, which are very much interesting tonight. And we do want to make sure we cover some of the local stuff as well. So we'll listen to Muriel Bowser when she comes up. But you know what, before we get that, let's jump over to hear what Mark Warner is saying at this Kaine watch party.
Oh, I'm very excited to hear what he's saying. I'm sure it's about how terrible Donald Trump is.
And let's listen in for a second, and we'll jump back over to D.C.
Tim and I met each other in law school. We did not meet at the library. And our families' lives have intertwined. Supported him as he was mayor, and I was party chair. I was governor as lieutenant governor. He was a great governor. We've served together in the Senate. And maybe the statement, there's so many stories about Tim, about who he is, what his character reflects. The story that I think most sums up, particularly at this moment, with such polarization, where so many of our elected officials seem to take the easy way out rather than the principled way, is the story of Tim when he got to the Senate. He got on the Armed Services Committee and the Foreign Relations Committee. His son now went to serve our country as a United States Marine and did remarkable duty. And Tim decided, not during the reign of Trump, but during the tenure of Barack Obama, that if our young men and women who serve our country are going to be put in harm's way, they ought to do that in a constitutional manner where the United States Congress actually says yes or no. And there was a lot of opposition. There still has been opposition. But Tim Kaine, because he did not only he did the right thing, even though it was a tough thing, continues to fight that fight, which is even more important during this administration. So from issues to health care, to education, to America's role in the world, to the whole concept of our responsibility as a great nation and a great power, Tim Kaine has always been there. There are no two senators in the Senate that get along better than Tim and I. I'm proud to call him my friend. I'm proud to still call him the junior senator. And to introduce him tonight, I want to bring forward his partner of 34 years, someone who is an extraordinary public servant in her own life, someone who helped break the color code as a public school student growing up, someone who served as a domestic court judge, someone who continues to serve as a teacher and educator, Virginia's former first great lady, and also someone who has to live with the singularly most optimistic person I've ever met in my life. Please welcome our great friend, Ann Holton.
Wow. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, everybody. You guys look great. What an amazing evening. Tim and I don't know what it means to have a race called at 7:01. Wow. It is just so exciting to be here with you tonight and see so many friends out there and colleagues, really. What a privilege and honor this has been for Tim and me to campaign with you all across our great state, from Lee County and Scott County to Virginia Beach, from Danville to Fairfax to Loudoun to the Eastern Shore, in every corner of the Commonwealth, to watch great Democrats working so hard for our fundamental values, for the nation that we love, for the Commonwealth that we love. It has been a true privilege and an honor to be alongside you in this important race. And I tell you, the most exciting thing for me, if you'll allow me a point of personal privilege, besides getting to be here with my husband tonight, is to watch these phenomenal women candidates across the Commonwealth. It has just been amazing, and you know, the difficult times we're living in. But one of the silver linings is watching these first-time candidates step up to the plate, watching great people like Jennifer Wexton step up to the plate, watching our great candidates all across the Commonwealth and really all across the nation. Folks say, you know what? I want to serve. I am ready to throw my hat into this, and I can tell you, having lived this life literally since I was a kid, it is, I mean, there's so much fun and so much benefit to it, but it is fundamentally a difficult thing to throw yourself into something that is, whatever else it is, it's a 50-50 proposition. And this is not some job interview you get to do in a back room. You know, this is a job interview you do in front of everybody, and the ups and the downs and how it turns out. It is not an easy thing, especially in this day and age when, well, privacy, I just always tell potential candidates, privacy's overrated. Just get over that. Get over that. But to see, with all those obstacles, to see candidates of the quality we had in Virginia especially, and across the nation this year, step up to the plate, it makes me optimistic about the future. I am particularly proud of how energized my husband has been about working with all these great women candidates. You know, he did have this little opportunity back in 2016 to think about what it would mean. And one of the things I was proudest of Tim, one of the things I was proudest of Tim on in that race was that Tim fundamentally understood what it meant to be a strong man supporting a strong woman in that race. And he said to his team early on in this race that supporting these strong candidates across Virginia, especially these strong women candidates, was one of his top priorities, and how he has run his race in absolute partnership with all of these great candidates, working hard to bring everybody across the line. So I am proud of what he's done here. It's really fundamentally about who he is as a person. And the last thing I'll tell you about him as a person before I bring Tim out is, you know, Tim, and it's consistent with that, is Tim always said, Tim gave me a little clue about speaking in front of people, which I've had a little bit of experience now doing, but you still get a little jitters backstage when you're coming out in front of such a big, wonderful crowd. And Tim says, well, here's the secret. You always remind yourself before you come out, it's not about you. It is not about you, even when you're the Senate candidate, the once and future junior senator from the Commonwealth of Virginia. It is.
It's the whole team that you put into you knew what to do. So I tell you, I knew you knew what to do for D.C. But I have been out there watching what the country would do for us. And I can say to you now that D.C., we are going to take back the House of Representatives. No more attachments on the D.C. appropriation bill. No more wiping out, trying to wipe out the D.C. gun law. No more bills that seek to wipe out the progressive legislation of the District of Columbia. And we're not through yet. We're going to take back the House, and don't rest tonight until you see what they do to the Senate. But with a House alone, we will be able to stop Donald Trump from trampling on our ground. Of those appropriations, 4 of them are Trump appropriations.
This is so, wow, just, estoy bien emocionante. Estoy bien emocionante. I'm just so filled with emotion to see you guys. I cannot put it into words. I think tonight, Virginia showed who we are and who we aren't. Virginia sent a message with our polls closing first in the nation about American values and Virginia values. And all of you, I see these great friends from all over the Commonwealth, all over the country. There's a beautiful phrase in the letter of Paul to the Hebrews, I'm surrounded by a great cloud of witnesses. It's a great cloud of witnesses. Witnesses to values, values that matter to all of us. What an amazing opportunity to stand before you. They called my race at 7 o'clock and 30 seconds. It was like a Mark Warner race. I'm a 2 a.m. guy. I mean, I'm not a 7 o'clock guy. I want to do some thank yous and then just talk to you about what I think this means. It's still early. I think we're going to watch races all across the country, but let me begin with my wife, Ann. We have been married 34 years on November 24th. And Ann is my, I always say, and my mom and dad, Al and Kathy Kaine, are here too. Give them a round of applause. I always say that I was born with a good compass, and I married a good anchor. And if you have a good moral compass,
I could not have done it without your love and support. And every time you would see me out in all 8 wards of Washington, D.C., you would say, Mayor Bowser, we like what you're doing. Mayor Bowser, keep up the hard work. Mayor Bowser, keep asking the tough questions. And I would always say I can do it, but are you going to stick with me? Are you going to stick with me? And today, over 120,000 of you say, we got your back, Bowser, all the way. You see, I learned early all day. I learned early on that the only way to win elections is to work hard. The only way to get people to vote for you is to do what you said you were going to do and make lives for the people of D.C. better. I learned that because I come from Ward 5, where hard work pays off. I want to thank my parents who are right in the front row. I want to thank them for teaching me that education, hard work, and faith will get you far in this life. Give them a big round of applause. They taught me and my brothers and sisters that if you have it to give to your city, you have the obligation to use your talents and your passions to make Washington, D.C. better. I'm from North Michigan Park. I spent 16 years in Riggs Park, and I'm proud now to live in Colonial Village. I say that I am a D.C. native, not to divide us. I say it because I'm proud. I say it because my family has been here for 5 generations. My family has lived through Jim Crow, D.C. My family has lived through the homicide capital of the world, D.C. And right now we're living in the world. And what I like to tell everybody, we're not going anywhere. So when we think about all that we have accomplished together, I frequently the plaque somebody gave me when I became the Ward 4 council member, and it sits on my desk to this day. It says, what would you do if you were afraid to fail? Repeat it with me. What would you do if you were not afraid to fail? That is the question we're going to ask ourselves for the next 4 years. What would you do if you were not afraid to fail? Because that's when we challenge ourselves to think big, right? That's when we challenge ourselves to be big or to go home. Who's with me? I knew for sure that if I got to be mayor of my hometown, that I would not sit in that seat and Ward. Sue me. Then they would talk bad about me in the news. infrastructure and building 6,000 units of affordable housing for the District of Columbia. Make homelessness in our city rare, brief, and non-recurring. And God darn it, we're going to close that DC General just like we did last week. We will continue to make historic investments in public education because public schools are still the great equalizer in our society. Sometimes it means that I'm going to ask people to do what's in the best interest of the District of Columbia because that's the oath that I will take on January 2nd. Now, will you be with me? It means that we are going to double down and dig down in all 8 wards. I said it in Ward 8 4 years ago. I got to repeat it in Congress. Biggest investment in an economic development project in Ward 8's history. And that's why we see unemployment going down. We're able to close DC. It did take 4 years, and by a heartbreaking coincidence, we should have been celebrating her birthday, and she should have been doing what she do. We won't put another child in that situation. So tonight is a celebration. We're celebrating the victory of Anita Bonds. A unique experience shared by thousands of African American women right here in Washington, D.C. We're here to celebrate the victory of our warrior on the Hill, Eleanor Holmes Norton. And because of Eleanor's tenacity, and because we're going to take back our country tonight, we know that she'll be able to do even bigger things for us in the House of Representatives. And because we have so many D.C. residents committed to our equal citizenship, soon we will be the 51st state. Like many of you have had this experience. I just got this experience 5.5 months ago because now I look at baby Miranda and I'm reminded of how precious each day is, how fast we grow, and how much love we have within us. And so there are many, many ways for us to give back to our city and convey the love that we share for one another. But let's think about our great city of Washington, D.C.
Oh, I like my chair.
And all the things that we'll be able to do in the next 4 years. For example, let's change the trajectory of African American students, particularly our
All right, so DC Mayor Muriel Bowser making her speech at Franklin Hall. It's a beer hall in Northwest DC.
Didn't listen to a word of that. No, I didn't even pay attention. That was her?
We did see there. Unfortunately, our live view kind of in and out there, shaky coverage, but we have a lot of other video coming in, and I want to go to the most important ones coming up in a second, but we do have a bit of news from Fox News.
Fox News is projecting that Democrats will win control of the House of Representatives. Now, that's coming in where the current reporting has Democrats only up 2 seats in the Senate. If you take a look at the little widget that's coming up, in the House.
Yeah, and this will rotate.
1 in the Senate. So I guess they've already done a lot of exit polling, and they've predicted that Democrats will take the entire thing, which
is
I think it's a little early in the night to make that call.
Yeah, you were saying that. Why that?
I just think there's a lot of very close races that can go either way, and it's going to come down to the very last precinct reporting in. So I think it's odd that that Fox News has jumped that quickly. So maybe we'll be shocked, but otherwise it looks like we're going to have an interesting 2 years for the remainder of the first term of Donald Trump's presidency that I think ends up helping him if Democrats are in control of the House. Because what happened when Donald Trump was elected, he was elected on this concept of us versus them, him coming out to clear out the swamp, that people were going to try to stop him. He hasn't had anybody stopping him for a while, and nobody's really been fighting against him. Giving Democrats the platform of the House of Representatives and having them, file God knows how many impeachment charges and whatever else they're going to try to go against him will only encourage Trump voters to come out in 2020. I think it helps him, rather than allowing him to go crazy with all of his policies in the House and the Senate, and allowing people then to vote on his policies. So he'll be able to influence voters to vote on the us versus them rather than the his policy alone.
Interesting analysis on that. Let us know what you think as well. I know a bunch of you are kind of still watching on YouTube, and just to remind you, we're staying on the web here until we go back on air at 10 p.m. Eastern time here at Fox 5. So if you're not in the area, you can check us out on our website, FOX5DC.com. We're trying to grab all the latest video, all these speeches. People are starting to come in. All these results are coming in, and I think the most hotly contested races are going to come in later in the night. Is that right?
If not like tomorrow or next week, or God knows how long these will go.
Right.
I mean, I think that Florida is going to be all night long. I don't think we're going to have direct calls on that, although I do believe Republicans pull out both sides of that. I'm very curious to see what happens with Beto versus Ted Cruz in Texas. That has still not been completely determined as Jim Lokay walks by with pizza.
And we got some pizza in the house.
Every newsroom has newsroom pizza for election nights.
There we go. Is that Domino's? They don't listen. They don't pay for advertising here, so it's fine. And I'm low carb, so we're going to avoid that.
I was going to say, okay. Oh, thanks, Jim.
I'm healthier than you.
Yeah, no, you are.
Let's be real here. And there's more reporters here are going for the pizza.
Anyway, so that distracted me now. Okay, so some of the other things, Kaine is still speaking, Senator Kaine.
Yeah, I mean, he's boring everyone there to death. That's why they only have like 20 seats. And you notice it's tight shots on Tim Kaine because there's probably not a lot of people at this event. He's so boring. He's like the most boring senator. At least, I mean, he's a good guy, but he's so boring.
So Jim Kaine there, Muriel Bowser here wrapping up her speech at Franklin Hall.
There she is, shaking hands,
in
Franklin Hall.
D.C., yep. The green signs abounding in that room. And then up to Connecticut, we just got this kind of coming in, Chris Murphy. His speech coming up here. There's his family, sons, celebrating his victory tonight.
That was a great analysis by you, noting that those might be his sons there.
Probably. What about this victory? This is not shocking as well.
Not shocking either. No, there's nothing shocking about this. I want to see what happens again. Texas, Florida, the Georgia governor's race is going to be very interesting. We don't have many definitive answers on this yet. This is going to be late night stuff.
Yeah, well.
It's going to be a lot of bourbons in by the time we get to that.
Is that okay?
Well, this is bourbon. We are.
Cheers to that. Let's listen in to Chris Murphy, and like we said, the bigger races for tonight will be coming in late night tonight.
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
Well, there are still lots of races that are yet to be called. I want to thank all of the volunteers who are here today. I want to thank all of the voters across the state for what looks to be an overwhelming victory tonight in our race for the United States Senate. So let me get the most important thank you first, and that is to my amazing family, to Kathy, to Owen, and to Ryder. Thank you for taking this ride with me, for putting up with it all. Thank you for being partners with me. Second, I'm really proud of my campaign team. I hope you'll give them a big round of applause. To everyone in my Senate office who has served the state of Connecticut so well, to all of my campaign team, thank you for what you've done for me, for my family, and for the state tonight. Let me send a special shout out to an organization that we started last year that I think has created a new model for how we are going to do permanent activation and activism in this state. Thank you to Fight Back Connecticut for everything you've done for the last 2 years. Let me tell you how lucky I am to have an amazing teammate who is down in Stamford tonight with his son who is running, but every single day I get to go to work with somebody who models how to speak truth to power. Give a round of applause for Dick Blumenthal, our senior senator. Thank you to Dick and to all of the delegation. Fourth, to all of the other candidates that are running all across the state, those who had the courage to put their names on the ballot. A lot of them are new people who never envisioned running for office before. They put everything on the line this year because they knew that the stakes were so high. So I want to say thank you to everyone that I had the privilege of campaigning with and for sharing the ballot with me this year. Give a round of applause to all of our great candidates. Next to all the volunteers, I mentioned them to you already, but it is really amazing what we did. Just this last weekend, on behalf of candidates for office all across this state, Democratic volunteers made over 1 million phone calls, knocked on over 230,000 doors. That is amazing. I've never, ever seen an outburst of energy like that on behalf of people who care so much about our state. And most importantly, thank you to the people of Connecticut. From the deepest depths of my heart, thank you for giving me the opportunity of a lifetime to represent a state that has meant so much to me and to my family. Whether you voted for me or for Matt Corey, who I commend for running a good campaign, I pledge to give every ounce of my being to fighting for the state of Connecticut in the Senate for the next 6 years. Thank you to the voters of the state of Connecticut. Now, I mentioned it's too early to know the outcome of all the races across the country and across the state, but we knew 2 years ago to this day that we were in for a rough ride, and we knew that this day, Election Day, would in many ways be a moral reckoning for our great nation. We've known this for 2 years, and the election of Donald Trump, it created this deep void inside of us that we've been trying to fill for 2 years. The questions that we have been forced to ask ourselves as a nation have been serious, they've been dire, and they've been difficult. But I have a feeling, looking at the early returns here in Connecticut and across this country, that we are going to be able to answer most of these questions tonight in a way that will stand as a spiritual reconstitution of America. We are not a nation that will allow the middle class to become something that our kids read about in history books. The wage crisis, the salary crisis, they are real. And tonight we have a chance to say loud and clear that Connecticut wants a higher minimum wage and that Connecticut wants more people to be able to join labor unions all across this state. Now, we are not a nation that sees healthcare just as a commodity to be manipulated by big companies whose priority is their bottom line, not our health. And tonight we have the chance to say, loud and clear, that America now knows that the Affordable Care Act works, and our job is to protect it and make it better, not to tear it down. We are not a nation that turns a blind eye to our brothers and sisters, our children who are being gunned down at a rate 20 times that higher of that of similar nations. We are not a country that puts the profits of the gun industry before the safety of our people. Tonight, we have a chance to say loud and clear that the gun lobby is no longer in charge of our gun laws in this country. And we are not.
All right, so Senator Chris Murphy in Connecticut, we're taking what we have of some of the video coming in, but really, I want to talk about these key races that we've been talking about, Florida, Georgia.
Before we get there, forget that. Mike Braun just beat Joe Donnelly in Indiana. That's a pickup for the Republicans. It does look like Rick Scott is also going to beat Bill Nelson in Florida. Let's go back to Florida. Sorry,
This is
but I just
huge.
want to say Republicans picked up another seat in the Senate.
Which was Indiana.
Yes.
Okay. And that leads us to Florida because we're looking at possibly another pickup there.
Yes. So it looks like we're going to have Rick Scott beating Bill Nelson there. And also, it looks like the Republicans are going to narrowly beat out Andrew Gillum as well. Ron DeSantis looking to win that one. Again, was it 98% reporting in?
Yeah, I believe it was.
And they're ahead
close
by
to
like
it.
80, 100,000 people. So
Was that surprising? We talked about this election before, but DeSantis being a controversial figure in a way.
It came down to turnout. That is a toss-up state in every election. It has been one of the critical states in every one of the past, 5, 6 elections in general. So again, right down the line, it comes out to turnout, and Republicans seem like they've turned out more people. So.
Okay, and then in Georgia, we're taking a look at those numbers. Not a lot percent in right now. It's 54 or so percent.
Yeah, and it looks like Stacey Abrams is getting blown out with what's been reported in right now. But again, we have there are suburban areas around major cities that come in typically heavy Democrat. So I think it's going to be pretty close. But it does look like it's leaning Republican in Georgia right now for that governor's race.
Which is really interesting. And all of this sort of finalized numbers, like you said, aren't going to really come in until late tonight, maybe even tomorrow. You'll be here to contribute to the Final Five at 11:30.
All night long.
You might be getting in some breaking news as you're in that interview.
What
chair.
excitement. Usually I'm just there to joke around on the Final Five, but I'm going to be there with my adult, serious, analytical hat on.
Which you've been doing here too.
It's amazing.
So
I've been shocking people with my maturity here on air.
Been mature, and I truly do wish we had some of these hot races, some of these speeches, but like we said, we're not going to see them
race
until
I
late.
comment on is a hot one.
These have been sort of some of the predicted races that we knew, or we sort of guessed, would happen here. And right now, I believe Joe Manchin is speaking in West Virginia as well.
Joe Manchin has won his race. He is, of course, pretty much a Republican, but he's a Democrat.
And this one was interesting because he was big in the news for voting for Brett Kavanaugh on the Supreme Court as a Democrat.
That was so critical to his reelection.
That was huge.
I think that would have been a 10 or 20 point shift for him had he gone against Brett Kavanaugh.
So we're seeing his victory in West Virginia, and he's speaking right now. We can take that just to give you a look at that. We could even pot up some of that sound, but
that is a very shiny necklace behind him. That's
it
a chandelier
is.
of a necklace.
People are dressing it up for election night. And a couple other live views that we have. Kaine's party still going strong, and we're rolling it back to
it's actually not going strong. That's emptying out right
That's
there.
what you said earlier, but it's not too bad.
All 48 people who showed up to Tim Kaine's party are there, and they're just mulling around.
All right, it was different before.
Can we go back to West Virginia for a second? I just want to take a look at that necklace again. She has every crystal in all of West Virginia on her neck right there. That is Joe Manchin is spiking the football with, I guess that's a relative or a daughter behind him, just loaded up with every crystal available in all of West Virginia behind him.
Totally. And we are a few minutes out of our continued evening coverage on FOX5DC. So if you are in the area, turn us on.
Turn on Fox 5. Why is your television off right now? Go turn on Fox 5. Watch the news at 10. It's the best news out of all of the networks. I've been on all of them.
Hey,
it's the best news on all of them. They have the best smelling set.
Oh.
And also the best green room. They've got Dunkin' Donuts coffee in the green room. Best green room. You're not allowed in there, but as a guest, I'm allowed in there. It's a great news. I don't know why you're not watching it right now. Why are you not just tuned in? You got 7 minutes. Why are you not tuned in right now?
You guys should pop it on.
Just getting ready, warming up.
I'm going to remind you what is happening here. So what we're going to do is sort of roll out our digital coverage. But on our website, fox5dc.com, you'll see live streaming our air. So we're going to continue this. You'll be contributing to the 11:30.
Yeah.
We'll have a lot of new sort of results coming in, obviously, late night tonight and into tomorrow. More coverage in the morning.
What excitement. But apparently, according to Fox News National, Democrats have already taken the House. Listen, I'm holding out.
It's interesting, right?
I'm holding out until the end of the night.
And that's where we've been seeing that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see if we have any other new kind of AP alerts coming in. There's Manchin, as we saw. Anything else that we're surprised about?
No, I don't think that there's any big shocker right now. It's interesting, and we're watching as well Fox News National here for the updates that are coming through. I don't think there's anything too shocking. I think we're going to see Florida remain red and pick up the Senate seat there. And I think, again, as I said, Republicans gained 2 in the Senate, and they're going to hold on to the House by 5, even though Fox National has now disagreed with me. So we'll see
Projected winner
how it
of the
goes.
Senate race in Indiana. This is ELC4. Mike
We've already
Braun,
said that, by the way.
Winner
The announcement
of
that's coming
ELC.
through right now. Mike Braun has won.
Projected winner of the Senate race in Indiana on ELC4. Your locator is Indianapolis, and your source is WXIN. Again, locator Indianapolis, source WXIN.
Yeah,
So we're getting live breaking now, but I'm going to tell you right now. If you take a look at my Twitter, pull that back up. Look at that. I already called that a couple minutes ago.
You did.
I'm good on the Twitter.
You did call it.
Yes.
But now we can hear from him, so we'll kind of listen into that, and we'll go from there. So check out Tim Young on Final Five tonight.
Yes, at Tim Runs His Mouth on Twitter, but also Final Five tonight and Friday nights with Jim Lokay. What a good guy that Jim Lokay is.
He brought pizza.
He's a way better host than you. But like he That's why he's on the
He's
network
great.
and we're online.
He loves politics. You know, what can you say?
You know, that's the whole thing. Anyway, it's been great. You guys have been here. Are we wrapping it up?
Well, we're
Let me
going
wrap
to
up your show.
close out digital coverage.
It's been great. Yeah, digital coverage here at Fox 5.
I do want to bring up Indiana to listen into what he has to say, and the rest of it will be on our website, fox5dc.com, and check out Tim later on tonight.
That's right.
All right, thanks, Tim.
Bye.
Kids are here on the stage with me. 2 of my grandkids. Truly, dear, we've lived the American dream. Really has. I see so many of you out there. You see Terry, the other Terry, Seitz from Mayor. Yeah, these guys, lots of Terrys. I've made so many friends, and in these 15 months that I've been out doing this, imagine every time I've been on the road, I haven't stayed in a motel or hotel more than 4 or 5 times. People have put me up, made friends with Hoosiers the way a campaign like this should be. And I want to thank all Hoosiers for giving me a resounding victory, putting your faith in me, and I will not let you down. I promise that. Senator Donnelly called me about 15 minutes ago. Yeah. And just like any competition, you fight hard, you want to win, you got to make your case. And we did it. The one thing I would love to see change in politics is it's gotten way too nasty on both sides. Yeah. It should be about ideas. It should be about what you bring to the table. And both sides and their families have had to carry that burden and the weight. Hope that changes down the road. And then you look at other things. When I decided to do this, I wouldn't have done it, and I mention it almost everywhere I go, if it had been President Hillary Clinton. I'd be hunkered down in southern Indiana trying to survive. And, you know, and I make that point because we as conservatives, being led by President Trump, we've got to prove why our way of thinking, why what works in the state of Indiana is going to work for the rest of America. And I really believe I can weigh in on that argument. Because when we moved back to our hometown, we did raise that family. 3 of my 4 kids work in my business. And the theme of my campaign is that we need to take to Washington what works in the real world, what works in Jasper, Indiana, what works in Warsaw, Indiana, what works in this great state where we lead by our performance, just like we did in tackling infrastructure. We're a state that works, and I thank my lucky stars that I was born in this state and in my hometown, and that it's worked out. I really do. And we have a narrow window. We've got 2 years to show that as conservatives, we can make things work. We need to get our president reelected. Yeah. And what we're going to do is we're going to get more people from the real world that have had to do things that can fix things in a dysfunctional system. You're going to find that other people across this country are going to stick their neck out and take a risk and try to fix things in Washington so the system works for everyone. That's my goal. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine when we made the decision to move back, after serving on a school board for 10 years, after being in our state house for 3 years, passing an amazing infrastructure bill, I wasn't going to run for a third term.